Chapter 2278. Isn't it just a book? How did it become an emperor artifact? Zhang Ruo, she hadn't seen much of the world, so she didn't hold back when she spoke, so she asked directly. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, "Artifacts come in many forms, and they don't necessarily have to be swords, spears, or sticks. However, the more peculiar an artifact is, the more peculiar its power is. I have heard of this dual rights record. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but after absorbing a lot of emperor aura and emperor intent from the emperor realm, it gradually turned into an emperor artifact and was obtained by Master Lu Qi. It is extremely powerful." Zhang Ruo, she was confused and didn't understand how powerful it was. However, the few Dao Source Realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they stared at the Emperor artifact in Lu Qi's hand. They were secretly excited, thinking about how great it would be if they could one day reach the Emperor realm and obtain an Emperor artifact. In the sky, Lu Qi's expression was solemn as he formed a series of seals and patted the dual rights record a few times. With a whoosh, the heavy dual rights record flew out and floated above the spirit lake, releasing a mysterious aura. Lu Qi's body surged with emperor intent, and emperor pressure filled the air. His hands were constantly forming seals as he muttered. Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang become the 4 divisions, for divisions become the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. As he muttered, the dual rights record suddenly flipped on its own. The pages of the book rustled, and as the pages flipped, a large amount of golden light flew out, radiating in all directions like a weeping willow. The golden light contained an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it could seal a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Lu Qi's hand seals became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more solemn. Leisurely, he stopped his hand seals. He shouted in a low voice, "Yuan Ji!" Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the golden light shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, almost all the cultivators gathered around the spirit lake were pushed back by an invisible and gentle force, but they weren't hurt at all. They were pushed back 1,000 feet before they could stabilize themselves. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. Above the spirit lake, at this moment, a golden semicircular light screen appeared, directly covering the area around the spiritual lake, completely sealing off the spiritual chi around it. The entire spiritual lake covered an area of 10,000 feet, but Lu Qi had sealed and suppressed it with his own strength. Moreover, after the incident, he did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The eyes of all the Dao Source Realm cultivators lit up as they yearned for it. He fantasized about the day when he would have such great power, and after doing all this, Lu Qi turned around and cupped his fists toward Xiao Yuyang. "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Yuyang nodded. "Many thanks." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and glanced down. All the cultivator gathered here couldn't help but puff out their chests. Everyone felt that under Xiao Yuyang's sweeping gaze, they were no exception. He was looking at him. He was being watched by a Silver Star emissary of Star Soul Palace, who would dare to not behave properly. Xiao Yuyang said loudly, "The spiritual lake has suddenly appeared in Maplewood City, and it is a blessing for our southern territory. However, although the spiritual chi of the spiritual lake is rich, if it is left alone, it will dry up one day, so it needs to be sealed first. As for how to use this spiritual lake to benefit the common people, I will need to discuss it carefully with the master." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuanshan and said with a pleasant expression, "City Lord Duan, you are the City Lord of Maplewood City. Come and join us." Duan Yuanshan was flattered and his face flushed. He cupped his fists and said, "It is this Duan's honor to be invited by the master." Xiao Yuyang nodded and said in a clear voice, "But rest assured, since this spirit lake has appeared in Maplewood City, no one will be able to take it away. We will not forcibly occupy it and will open it to everyone after we discuss it properly. Just wait for the good news. What? The spiritual lake will be opened? Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong? These words came from Master Zhao's mouth, so they can't be false. Master Xiao is good. Star Soul Palace is indeed the overlord sect of our southern territory. So generous! The group of cultivator thought that they would not have a share of the spiritual lake in the future. But when they heard Xiao Yuyang's words, they all burst into an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. However, there were quite a few people who seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Yuyang's identity and status were high, so it was impossible for him to lie in front of so many people. If he said that the spiritual lake would be opened in the future, then it would definitely be opened. But if there was a cultivator who wanted to enter the spiritual lake to cultivate in the future, it would not be so simple. At the very least, they would have to meet certain conditions or pay a certain price. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter, this spiritual lake would not be able to accommodate all of them. It was conceivable that in less than a month, the news of Maplewood City's spiritual lake would spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. At that time, some independent cultivator without a sect or background would flock to the spiritual lake in order to seize a place to cultivate. Maplewood City would definitely become the focus of the entire Southern Territory, and it would definitely attract countless masters. As the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan's Maplewood City was originally a small city that was not loved by anyone, but now it was about to become the most popular city in the entire Southern Territory. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, excitement, and worry. He was excited because, with the spiritual lake here, it was impossible for Maplewood City not to do anything. As long as it could attract a certain number of talents, Maplewood City would definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. He was worried that he was not strong enough to suppress those foreign masters. For a moment, he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. All right, everyone can disperse. I believe that it won't be long before you hear the good news, Xiao Yuyang said as he waved his hand. When the many cultivators heard this, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all cupped their fists at him and rushed in the direction of Maplewood City. Yang Kai! Gao Shueting suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, "What is Elder Gao's order?" "Come find me in my room tonight," Gao Shueting said with a faint expression. Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. The cultivators who were preparing to return to the Azure Sun Temple also froze in place. They turned their heads and looked at Gao Shueting dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe their ears. They were all thinking that although Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple looked cold and indifferent, she was actually such a proactive person. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They did not know how this boy was so outstanding that Elder Gao would favor him so much. The expressions of several cultivators from the Emperor realm were also interesting. Although they knew that Gao Shueting did not mean it that way, they felt that there was something wrong with her words. "Why do you have such expressions?" Gao Shueting looked coldly at the several cultivators from the Emperor realm beside her, her pretty face so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. "No, nothing. My stomach is very upset. I'm afraid I caught a cold last night." San Yuan looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He clutched his stomach as if he would die in the next moment. "I ate something before I came. I think it's bad." Lu Qi also replied with a bitter expression. "Are you kidding me?" Gao Shueting smiled coldly. The vice presidents of the two chambers of commerce smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. At the critical moment, Xiao Yuyang coughed lightly and said, "Let's get down to business." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Wenhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, afraid that Gao Shueting would also ask him. On the other side, Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while before he cupped his fists and said seriously, "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Go." Yang Kai felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He pulled Zhang Ruoxi and followed the crowd to Maplewood City. Along the way, countless cultivators stared at him. Even Luo Yuan glanced at him with a strange expression. Damn it, there's no justice in this world. This young master is so handsome, yet that elder Gao doesn't even look at me. Why is she so kind to you? Ning Yuan Shu, under the protection of Gao Shan and Lu Shui, shouted at Yang Kai from a distance with an indignant expression. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, blowing his black hair in the air. Obviously, I'm a little more handsome than you. Do you believe that yourself? Ning Yuan Shu sneered. Sir is the most handsome. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly interrupted shyly, then lowered her head again. Yang Kai smiled and patted her little head. Little girl, you have good taste. When you grow up, you will definitely find a good husband. No way. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was like a mosquito. Ning Yuanshu's nose was crooked from anger when he saw this man and woman openly flirt with each other right under his nose. Suddenly, Yang Kai's face turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, Young Palace Master, let's take this opportunity to talk openly. Talk about what? Ning Yuanshu was stunned. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, It just so happens that Gao Shan and Lu Shui are also here, so let's have them bear witness. I witnessed the death of your eldest brother, Ning Yuan Cheng, with my own eyes. Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui trembled. Ning Yuanshu's eyes also shrank, and he roared, Sure enough, it was you. Yang Kai snorted. Although I saw it, I didn't kill Ning Yuancheng. Then who killed him? Ning Yuanshu asked. Wood Spirit. Ning Yuanshu raised his brow and showed a blank look, as if he had never heard of it before. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's eyes shrank. Gao Shan exclaimed, 2 years ago, this old master heard that a wood spirit was wreaking havoc in Maplewood City. It spread wood spirit seeds, devoured souls, and enslaved people. Yes, I don't know when Ning Yuancheng was infected by the wood spirit seed, but no one noticed. The events of that day are quite complicated, but since Ning Yuancheng is a member of your Flying Saint Palace, I'll tell you about it. Immediately, Kai Yang gave a brief account of what had happened that day. After hearing this, Gao Shan pondered for a long time before speaking. According to what you said, on the day of the auction, Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, followed eldest young master and the others as they left and ambushed them outside the city to steal their treasures. Although he defeated Elder Lu Yi of my sacred palace, he was killed by the wood spirit in eldest young master's body? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 2279. I was just passing by and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At that time, my cultivation was only at the Third Order Origin King realm, so I could only watch from afar, so I saw everything, Yang Kai added. What, you were a Third Order Origin King at that time? Gao Shan and Lu Shui were stunned for a while before realizing something and exclaiming, If what Yang Kai said was true, then he was only a Third Order Origin King 2 years ago, but now he was already a Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. It was almost a year for him to advance a minor realm. This kind of promotion speed was simply terrifying. If he continued to grow at this speed, wouldn't he be in the Third Order Dao Source Realm next year and the Emperor Realm the year after that? Of course, it was not easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yang Kai should be able to do it in 10 or 20 years, right? What's more, Gao Shan and Lu Shui had heard that this boy had swallowed an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so his chances of breaking through to the Emperor Realm were much higher than ordinary people. When they thought of how the two of them had been pursuing the Emperor Realm for most of their lives, but still couldn't touch the threshold of the Emperor Realm, while this boy had the hope of breaking through at such a young age, the two old men couldn't help but feel upset. All kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts. So, Yang Kai spread his hands. Ning Yuancheng's death has nothing to do with me. Ning Yuanshu frowned. not knowing whether to believe him or not. After a moment of silence, he suddenly came to a realization. Then what about my big brother's things? I heard that you used a ship artifact of my flying St. Palace. Where is that artifact? Also, my big brother bought a fire attribute artifact, spirit, at the auction. Where is that artifact, spirit? What are you talking about, young palace master? I don't understand. Yang Kai squinted at Ning Yuan Shu. Don't play dumb. Ning Yuan Shu was furious. My big brother is dead, but his things still belong to my flying St. Palace. This young master needs to get them back. Yang Kai scratched his face and said, Don't be like this. Flying St. Palace is a big family. 1 or 2 ship artifacts are nothing to us. Since it's nothing, give it back to me. Ning Yuan Shu shouted. AI. Yang Kai sighed and said, All right, to tell you the truth, the ship artifact has been destroyed. Destroyed? Ning Yuan Shu's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. That's a Dao, source-grade ship we're talking about. It's capable of withstanding the onslaught of any cultivator below the Emperor realm. It's impossible for it to be destroyed so easily. Even my flying St. Palace doesn't have many such ships. Yang Kai said seriously, It was destroyed by the masters of the Emperor realm. The ship artifact was indeed destroyed. It had been smashed to pieces by Auntie Feng, who had taken Mo Shao Qi away. Auntie Feng was a third-order Emperor realm master. What's the big deal about destroying a ship? Later, in order to compensate Yang Kai for his loss, Auntie Feng gave Yang Kai a wooden boat artifact. Although it was not as large and magnificent as a ship, it was simple and light, making it quite convenient to use. The corner of Ning Yuan Shu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Who the hell did you provoke? Gao Shan was also surprised. You fought with a master from the Emperor realm? You didn't die? For a moment, the people of Flying St. Palace were all shocked by Yang Kai. It wasn't really a fight. Yang Kai's face turned red. It's just being ravaged. Fortunately, that senior didn't have any intention of killing us. Saying so, he continued. Besides, after Ning Yuan Cheng died, that ship became an ownerless object. It belongs to whoever finds it, and since I found it, it naturally belongs to me. What are you still blabbering on about? Good. Ning Yuan Shu shouted. Even if the ship was destroyed, what about the fire attribute artifact spirit? It said that the artifact spirit has already gained sentience. Yang Kai sneered. Young Palace Master has already said so. The artifact spirit has already gained sentience. So, of course, it ran away. Ran away. It's not like you haven't seen the power of an artifact spirit that has gained sentience before, Yang Kai sneered, referring to the artifact spirit of the demonic battle weapon. Hearing this, Ning Yuan Shu's expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered the scene of the artifact spirit flying into a rage and couldn't help but look a little shocked. So there's nothing left? Gao Shan frowned. What else can there be? Didn't I already give you an explanation? Yang Kai chuckled. As for the other master of your flying St. Palace, Fu Si Tong, well, this person is very strong. Even if I say that I killed him, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Look at you. You don't have the ability to do that. Ning Yuan Shu sneered and said sarcastically, City Lord Duan has already said that Elder Fu's death was caused by the erosion of the demonic qi. That's it. Yang Kai clapped his hands and grinned. Then our misunderstanding is resolved. Don't bother me in the future and say that I harmed the people of your flying St. Palace. Young Palace Master, I think you're a good person. In the future, we can get along well and be good friends. Upon hearing him say the word good friend, Ning Yuan Shu couldn't help but look around in fear that the demonic artifact spirit would attack again. You don't have the final say. Gao Shan slowly shook his head. Then what do you say? Yang Kai's face turned cold. We don't have the final say, Lu Shui added. Then who has the final say? Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Gao Shan said, "If you really have a clear conscience, you might as well return to the Holy Palace with us and explain to the Palace Master in person and let him decide." "That's right." Lu Shui also nodded. "We need to return to the Holy Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Gao Shan meaningfully. "Two protectors, are you misunderstanding something?" "What?" "I'm willing to explain this to you. Not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Believe it or not. But if you dare to provoke me for no reason, ha ha ha." As he spoke, his face was full of smiles, but his eyes were cold. Gao Shan and Lu Shui inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and suddenly felt a sense of danger, causing their pupils to shrink. On second thought, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Elder Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Elder Gao had just asked him in front of many people to find her in her room at night. With this relationship, they didn't dare to make a move against Yang Kai again. Otherwise, if they angered Gao Shueting, their lives would be in danger. Even if the palace master came in person, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai unless he was taken away without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui suddenly felt that the situation was a little tricky. Gao Shan said, "Young Master Yang, if you don't want to go back to the Holy Palace with us, it's fine, but you have to write us a letter so that we can show it to the Palace Master. Otherwise, the Palace Master will blame us for neglecting our duties and not accomplishing anything in Maplewood City." "It's none of my business," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Don't, young Master Yang, let's talk nicely." Gao Shan begged. "Get lost." As Yang Kai spoke, he put the myriad sword in front of him and said fiercely, "I'll say it one last time. If you still insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of source qi rose and a pure divine sense burst out, enveloping Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were shocked. They only felt that the figure of the young man in front of them suddenly became extremely tall, blocking all the light in front of them. The aura he released was like a mountain pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. It was not until this moment that the two of them suddenly realized that Yang Kai's strength was not under Luo Yuan's. It felt like a moment, but also like a million years. When the two old men came back to their senses, Yang Kai was no longer in front of them, and their backs were wet and uncomfortable. They looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. "This person can't be provoked anymore," Gao Shan said in a deep voice. Gao Shan said in a deep voice, a look of lingering fear on his face. He was subconsciously telling himself that if he continued to provoke Yang Kai, he would really end up provoking him into a massacre. And Lu Shui wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded heavily. "Then I was beaten up by him for nothing." Ning Yuan Shu pointed to his cheek with a look of grief and indignation. "He humiliated me before, and he also killed Zhuangpan. How can my Flying Saint Palace just swallow this? How can this young master mingle in the Southern Territory in the future?" Gao Shan glanced at him and sighed. "Zhuangpan was a petty villain. His death is not worth regretting. As for young Palace Master, just treat it as a mosquito bite." Ning Yuan Shu heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But since the two old men had said so, even if he wanted to take revenge, he was powerless. He could only feel his mouth being stuffed with bitterness. In the Qin family, Yang Kai returned with Qin Chaoyang and the others. He had nowhere to go in Maplewood City now. Originally, he had rented a cave mansion, but after the time limit was up, he did not rent it again. Fortunately, the Qin family was not an outsider to him, so it was natural for him to live there. The people from the octagonal door naturally returned to their own courtyards under the lead of Luo Yuan and the round-faced woman. However, Yang Kai could see the dangerous look in Luo Yuan's eyes. He was afraid the boy wanted to fight with him again, which gave him a headache. "Brother Yang, this courtyard was specially cleaned by this old man. It is also one of the best residences in the Qin family, so you can rest here. Qin Chaiyang personally led Yang Kai to a courtyard and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Qin family head." Yang Kai said politely, "You're welcome. If there's anything you need, just call the servants." Qin Chaiyang laughed. "Okay, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go see how you is doing. Take care, Qin family head." After Qin Chaiyang left, Yang Kai led Zhang Ruoshi into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was clean and elegant. It was spotless, and the world energy here was abundant. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with it. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoshi to find a room for herself. He then turned around and looked speechlessly at Yi Jinghan, who had been following him silently like a shadow, and sighed deeply. When Yi Jinghan saw him like this, she quickly bit her red lips and squeezed out a smile. "Don't smile, it's uglier than crying," Yang Kai said with a disgusted look. When Yi Jinghan heard this, her tender body trembled, her face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. Chapter 2280. What's the matter? Let's talk inside. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to her, then pushed open the door of a room and walked in. Yi Jinghan was startled upon hearing this, but the grievance on her face quickly turned into joy, and she said in a tender voice, "Thank you, young Master Yang." She quickly followed him in, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. In the room, Yang Kai looked around, but before he could clearly see the furnishings and decorations in the room, Yi Jinghan had already taken small steps forward and placed a stool behind him, then said in a gentle voice, "Please take a seat, young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't refuse her, reaching out to flick his robe and sitting down. Yi Jinghan picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of water for Yang Kai, then placed it in front of him and said, "Young Master Yang, please have some water." After saying this, she waved her hand and a plate of fruits appeared on the table, filled with fresh and fragrant spirit fruits. She said with a faint smile, "I brought these from Thousand Leaves sect. I don't know if they'll suit young Master Yang's taste, but I hope you won't dislike them." A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had never been served so well by anyone before, so he secretly felt that Yi Jinghan would be very competent if she were to become a servant. "Why are you following me around like this?" Yang Kai looked at her warily. "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Let me say this first. Although I'm a handsome man who is loved by countless young women." He flicked his hair and changed the topic, then said in a deep voice, "I'm already a married man, so I advise you not to have any improper thoughts." Yi Jinghan's face turned red upon hearing this, and she said, "What are you saying, young Master Yang?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never seen such a shameless person praise her before. "Ah, isn't that the case?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. He chuckled dryly and said, "I'm just kidding, don't take it to heart." As he spoke, he picked up a spirit fruit on the table and put it in his mouth. He found that it tasted pretty good and nodded repeatedly. "Speak. What kind of pill do you want me to refine?" "What?" Yi Jinghan was confused by his question, and a confused look appeared on her face. Yang Kai sneered, "You've been following me since you recognized me. You're so attentive and slick. You're just short of offering yourself to me. Aren't you asking me to do something for you?" "Yes." Yi Jinghan nodded lightly. "Don't tell me you don't want me to refine pills." Yi Jinghan was enlightened, and she said with a smile, "Young Master Yang's alchemy skills have reached the acme of perfection. Since you are able to refine an extinct spirit pill like the extraordinary treasure pill, your attainments and aptitude in this field are naturally unparalleled." Although it's flattery, but it was very comfortable. Kai Yang grinned meaningfully. Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, I didn't look for you to refine pills for me. What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai frowned. This time he was really vigilant. Yi Jinghan explained, Even though our thousand-leaves sect isn't a great sect, we still have a Tao Source grade alchemist, so we don't need to trouble young Master Yang with the alchemy. I'm looking for young Master Yang to ask you to repair something. Repair something? Yang Kai raised his brows. What is it? Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips. She looked around warily and hesitated for a long while before she said, A space array! A space array? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he chuckled. It seems like many people know that I possess the space divine technique. He had used his space force in front of so many people in the Four Seasons realm, so this matter couldn't be concealed. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinghan would look for him for this matter. She obviously wanted to borrow his space force to repair the space array. Yi Jinghan said, I heard it from someone else. Yang Kai said, If it's just repairing a space array, you don't need me, right? Wouldn't array grandmasters be able to do the same? Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary space array, grandmasters would be able to repair it as well. But the one in my thousand-leaves sect. We've looked for several array grandmasters, and even the Gong family's people, but they still couldn't repair it. Even the Gong family's people couldn't repair it? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. Then he thought of something and shouted, Could it be the two-realms space array? Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. Young Master Yang's vision is really sharp. It's the two-realms space array. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jinghan, asking, Does your thousand-leaves sect have a sealed world? Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. I knew that I couldn't hide it from young Master Yang. That's right, our thousand-leaves sect does have a sealed world. It's a place where our disciples enter to train. That sealed world was born in a space crevice and drifted around. Apart from using the space array to enter, there's no other way. But 2,000 years ago, the space array inexplicably lost its effect, and since then, we haven't been able to enter it. Is that sealed world very important to your thousand-leaves sect? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan nodded. Our thousand-leaves sect couldn't compare to top sects like the Azure Sun Temple and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land 2,000 years ago, but it was still considered a first-rate sect. Unfortunately, ever since the entrance to the sealed world closed, our sect has declined year after year. Until today we are. At this point, she couldn't finish her sentence. Yang Kai sneered. What does it have to do with a sealed world if our disciples don't work hard? Not every sect in this world has its own sealed world. If we really work hard, it doesn't matter if we have a sealed world or not. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale, and she said bitterly, Young Master Yang is right. It's just that when the entrance to the sealed world closed more than 2,000 years ago, the previous sect master took many of the sect's inheritances into the sealed world, including our thousand-leaves sect guarding treasures. Without those inheritances, many of our thousand-leaves sect's divine abilities can no longer be cultivated. Most importantly, our thousand-leaves sect's spirit gathering array was originally set up with the sealed world as the source, so when the entrance closed, the world energy in the sect. I understand. Yang Kai understood what Yi Jinghan was trying to say. Losing many of their divine technique inheritances and sect guarding treasures was one thing, but the main problem was that there was no supply of world energy. A cultivator needed world energy the most for their cultivation, and once the world energy was thin, the strength of thousand-leaves sect's disciples would naturally decline with each generation. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and said in a deep voice, I would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the thousand-leaves sect to repair the two-world spatial array at the entrance to the sealed world. If young Master Yang can agree, I and the entire thousand-leaves sect will be extremely grateful and will also give you a generous gift. This. Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he tried to think of an excuse, but couldn't come up with one even after thinking for a while, so he could only say, I understand, but this young master is very busy. How about this? You go back first, And when this young master has some free time, this young master will make a trip to your 1,000-league sect. I promise you that I won't disappoint you." Yi Jinghan could tell that he was just brushing her off, and if she really listened to him and left, she would probably never see Yang Kai again. So she could only plead bitterly, "Young Master Yang, in this world, only someone proficient in the Tao of Space can repair a sect's spatial array, but the Tao of Space is too mysterious and complex, and ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend it. I heard that there is a master in the Eastern Territories' Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in the Tao of Space, but that master is a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So how can my trifling 1,000-league sect invite him? Are you implying that this young master is just a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, yet you can invite him?" Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands and said, "This mistress didn't mean that. Please don't take offense, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have also heard of the person you are talking about. He's from Spirit Beast Island." Mo Shaoqi seemed to be from Spirit Beast Island, and even though she had never admitted it herself, Yang Kai gradually guessed Mo Shaoqi's origins based on his understanding of the star boundary and Ani Feng's terrifying strength. Only someone from Spirit Beast Island could command so many monster beasts to fight for them. When Yang Kai thought of Mo Shaoqi, he wondered how she was doing now. He hadn't been in the star boundary for long, so he didn't know many people. Kong Si Ran was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Tao Source realm, while Mo Shaoqi was captured by Auntie Feng. When Yi Jinghan saw that Yang Kai was lost in thought and didn't respond for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, this mistress came to find young Master Yang because of someone else's recommendation." "Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me. I promise I won't beat him to death." Yang Kai flew into a rage. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang should know Gong Wenshan, right?" "It's that little brat." Yang Kai's eyes bulged. "Do you know him?" Gong Wenshan was obviously a rising star of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The Gong family was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, and Gong Wenshan was also a Spirit Array Grandmaster. In the Four Seasons realm, Gong Wenshan had borrowed the power of the flowing Time Temple seal to block Wu Chang, causing this young genius of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to miss a great opportunity. This little brat looks simple and honest, but he's actually quite daring and full of evil tricks. Yang Kai had never expected that Gong Wenshan would recommend him to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied, "A few years ago I invited him to 1,000-league sect to repair the space array, but he didn't succeed. Brother Gong said that if we wanted to repair the array, we had to find someone proficient in the Tao of Space. 3 months ago, I received a letter from him asking me to look for young Master Yang. I was planning to go to Azure's Sun Temple to try my luck after dealing with the matters here, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Master Yang, don't you think this is fate?" She wore an excited look on her face, as if she was a young girl yearning for love. Yang Kai snorted. "Fate only exists between a resentful man and an infatuated woman. Do you want to have fate with me?" Yi Jinghan sweated profusely and said embarrassedly, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. I'm afraid I don't have such good fortune. I've only met that little brat Gong Wenshan once, so I'm not familiar with him. He has to take responsibility for his words, and it has nothing to do with this young master." Yi Jinghan sighed deeply and said faintly, "Young Master Yang, are you really unwilling to help me?" She gently bit her thin lips, looking delicate and pitiful, as if she was a pitiful person. Chapter 2281. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are too many things for me to do. Didn't I tell you that I would go when I had the time? Yang Kai explained. Yi Jinghan pondered for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. There is a dangerous place in our 1,000-league sex-sealed world called the Emperor Heaven Valley. If one can cultivate there for some time, it will be of great help to one's breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future." Yang Kai looked at her with a meaningful smile on his face. Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "It's not that I don't trust you, young Master Yang, but this is a matter of great importance, so I don't dare reveal it casually. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of countless Tao Source Realm cultivators. Our 1,000 Leaves sect isn't strong enough to resist them." Yang Kai said, "The Emperor Heaven Valley is a good name, but what does it have to do with me?" Yi Jinghan stamped her feet and said, "If you can really repair the space array and return the sealed world to our 1,000 Leaves sect, I will allow you to enter it. Your status in 1,000 Leaves sect." Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yi Jinghan said, "I am the daughter of 1,000 Leaves sect master. The current sect master of 1,000 Leaves sect, Yihen, is my father." "So you are the young sect master." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I apologize for my disrespect." Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "You must be joking, young Master Yang. Not to mention the young sect master of 1,000 Leaves sect, even the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace had been beaten into a pig's head by Yang Kai. Therefore, Yi Jinghan didn't feel anything special about her identity and didn't intend to explain it to Yang Kai in the beginning. But now, she had no choice but to say it, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to gain Yang Kai's trust. "Young Master Yang, I beg you," Yi Jinghan said sincerely, "my father is already very old. If he still can't break through to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he will pass away in a few years. However, how can it be so easy to ascend to the Emperor realm? The Emperor Heaven Valley is the greatest opportunity that he can obtain, and also the one that he has the most hope of obtaining. Young Master Yang, if you can help my 1,000 Leaves sect this time, this mistress will agree to any request you have." She spoke as if she was ready to risk everything, which made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. Yang Kai fell silent, and Yi Jinghan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pursed her red lips and stood there waiting, her heart filled with uneasiness. In the quiet room, the sound of an intense heartbeat could be heard. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go with you, since you're filial." "Really?" Yi Jinghan cried tears of joy. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "But not now. You also know that we still have some matters to attend to in Maplewood City. Let's wait until we're done here before we leave." "There's no hurry." Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hand. "We've already waited for so many years, so there's no need to rush. But let me warn you first." Yang Kai looked at her seriously and said, "I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee that I can repair the space array. Young Master Yang's promise is enough. Go find a place to rest. I'll inform you when I need to leave." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yi Jinghan said, "Then this mistress will wait for young Master Yang's good news." After she finished speaking, she curtsied and slowly retreated. She didn't forget to close the door before she left. After she left, Yang Kai sighed and sat down, muttering to himself, "Another troublesome matter." He wasn't related to Yi Jinghan, nor did he have any relationship with the 1,000 Leaves sect, so he naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess. But Yi Jinghan was really clingy, and Yang Kai felt that if he didn't agree to her request, she would probably chase him to the ends of the earth, which would only make things more troublesome. If that really happened, he would have a young woman following him around all day, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think that he had abandoned her, which would be a scandal. However, the Emperor Heaven Valley mentioned by Yi Jinghan piqued Yang Kai's interest. Since it could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it must be related to comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao. Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator now, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao wouldn't be a bad thing for his growth. If he supplemented it with the extraordinary treasure pills, he would surely break through to the Emperor realm in the future. After a short silence, Yang Kai sat in his room and cultivated until midnight. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao source realm, so he naturally needed to consolidate his foundation. As night fell, Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the city, Lord's mansion, in just a dozen breaths. The guards outside the city, Lord's mansion, were nothing to him. But the moment he entered the city, Lord's mansion, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt several powerful divine senses sweep over his body and disappear in a flash. Although it was only for a short moment, it still made him shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Those divine senses belonged to genuine masters from the Emperor realm. It was obvious that they belonged to Xiao Yuyang and the others who lived in the city, Lord's mansion. A few of the strands of divine sense only examined him for a moment before withdrawing, but one strand of divine sense continued to guide him. Yang Kai sniffed and followed the direction of that divine sense. Soon he arrived outside a room. He raised his hand, but before he could knock on the door, he heard Gao Shueting's voice from inside. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He saw Gao Shueting sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him with her bright eyes. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior greets, Elder Gao. I didn't expect that after we parted that day, we would meet again in Maplewood City. Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gao Shueting wave her hand. With a burst of source qi, the door closed with a bang and an invisible barrier appeared in the room, enveloping it and isolating it from the outside world. Isn't she being too cautious? She even needs to open a barrier? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the other side of the room. Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes and muttered playfully, "Little girl Gao, what are you doing? I wanted to see what kind of magic that little brat has, but now I failed." At the same time, in the rooms of the various masters from the Emperor realm, everyone was curling their lips. It was obvious that they had all been spying on Gao Shueting's room, but were blocked by a barrier. For a moment, the room was completely isolated. Gudong, Yang Kai gulped. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "Take off your clothes." Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai expressionlessly and ordered. "Huh." Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, This isn't appropriate, right? What are you blabbering about?" Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai dilly-dallying, she immediately became impatient. She didn't seem to move, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her hand to grab him. Yang Kai only felt that her slender jade hand had turned into a 5-fingered mountain and was about to envelop him. He couldn't help but feel that he couldn't avoid it. Immediately afterward, he felt something tighten around his neck and was lifted up by Gao Shueting. In the next moment, Yang Kai was spun around by an external force. As he spun, his clothes quickly fell off and flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was stripped down to his underwear. "Elder Gao, stop!" Yang Kai cried out in a shrill voice. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his cries. She stretched out her hand and made Yang Kai stop. Then she pinched her orchid fingers and moved them like the wind. Suddenly, she tapped several acupoints on Yang Kai's body. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the changes in Yang Kai's body. Her beautiful eyes clearly swept across every part of Yang Kai's body, almost looking at him from head to toe. After a while, she nodded slightly and said, "Very good. There's no big problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force that was restraining him had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled to Gao Shueting's bed and covered himself with the blanket. He shivered and looked as if he had suffered a great trauma. Gao Shueting sneered, "Are you shy now?" Yang Kai's face turned pale and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Only now did he understand why Gao Shueting had set up a barrier. If someone saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Gao Shueting said sternly, "Your cultivation has progressed too quickly. Not long ago, you were still in the first order Tao source realm. Now, you're already in the second order Tao source realm. This queen is just checking to see if there are any hidden dangers. What do you think this queen wants to do? As she finished speaking, Gao Shueting's eyes flickered with a cold light, which made Yang Kai shudder. Even if you want to check, you don't have to do this. Yang Kai pulled a long face. If that's all, you naturally don't have to do this. But this queen heard that a demonic artifact spirit was born today and chased after you. This queen needs to make sure that you haven't been corroded by the demonic qi. I'm not young anymore. I'm not a child. This queen is old enough to be your great-grandmother. What's wrong with checking your body? At this point, Gao Shueting raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. Young man, your muscles are pretty good. It seems that your physique isn't ordinary. Elder Gao, you flatter me. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, What's the result? The result is pretty good. As Gao Shueting spoke, she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes a few times. Then she threw them to him and said, Although your cultivation speed is very fast, there are no signs of your foundation being unstable. There are also no signs of being corroded by the demonic qi. Yang Kai said timidly, What if I've been corroded by the demonic qi? What should I do? Then you're a dead man now. Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes turned cold. She looked at him and said, Why? Do you have anything to say to me? No. Absolutely not. Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hands. He made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let Gao Shueting know that the demonic spirit was sealed in his body. Even the demonic artifact was in his hands. Young man, there's something strange about you. Are you hiding something from this queen? Gao Shueting's voice turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, Of course not. Elder Gao, you've misunderstood. Gao Shueting stared deeply at Yang Kai. After a while, she said, That's good. If this queen finds out that you're hiding something from me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just put on his clothes under the blanket. Chapter 2282. Not long after, Yang Kai finished dressing. How long do you want to occupy this queen's bed? Gao Shueting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai felt dejected and helplessly climbed down from the bed and stood in front of Gao Shueting. Let me ask you, where did the demonic artifact spirit go? Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Everyone said that the artifact spirit was chasing after you. But today, Master Shao and I searched all the way to Clear Jade Mountain, but we lost track of it. It seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Even Master Shao couldn't find any clues. Do you know where it went? Yang Kai quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Then, how did you get away safely? Gao Shueting frowned. Yang Kai smiled and said, Elder Gao, you know that this junior cultivates the Tao of space, and I'm the best at escaping. At that time, I ran to Clear Jade Mountain and used a concealing aura secret technique to hide in the void. The artifact spirit chased after me, but after failing to find anything, it left on its own. As for where it went, I don't know. Gao Shueting stared deeply at him, a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt guilty, fearing that she would see through him. After a long time, Gao Shueting nodded and said, If this queen finds out that you're hiding something, I won't let you off easily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I wouldn't dare. I don't think you have the guts. As Gao Shueting spoke, she sat on the edge of the bed and sighed softly. But to be honest, we were careless. If only we had investigated carefully after the battle with the demon dweller. If we had checked carefully, perhaps this trouble wouldn't have happened. She sighed. An expression of self-blame appeared on her face. Her words made Yang Kai feel guilty. If Gao Shueting knew that the demon she fought with that day was standing in front of her right now, who knew what would happen? Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and said, Everything has its own destiny. Elder Gao, you don't have to think too much. Gao, Shueting glanced at him and snorted coldly. Then, she waved her hand and a ray of light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. However, he did not dodge because he realized that Gao Shueting had no intention of attacking him. He reached out and grabbed the light in front of him. When he opened his palm, he discovered that it was actually a token. It was about the size of a palm and was made of an unknown material. The back of it was engraved with the image of a cultivator's back. That back was tall and broad, as if it was standing in the air, looking down on the world. Although it was only a picture, it still made people feel an imposing aura. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he saw this because he realized that the back of this figure resembled Wen Zishan. As for the front, there were 2 large words inscribed on it. Qingyang. The token was golden in color. The golden light was dazzling. It was extremely dazzling. This is... Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. The identity token of a disciple of the Divine Hall. Gao Shueting replied faintly. Ah. Yang Kai was surprised, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, But Elder Gao, I'm not a disciple of the Divine Hall. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take this token? From now on you are, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he kept nodding and said, Elder Gao, you're forcing me to do this. Do you want to ask for my opinion first? Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, Didn't I ask for your opinion last time? Haven't you thought about it after such a long time? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I need more time to think about it. This matter is too complicated, and I can't think it through right now. Please give me some time, Elder Gao. How long? 30 or 50 years would be best. Yang Kai saw a layer of frost on Gao Shueting's face after he finished speaking, so he hurriedly said, Of course, 10 or 8 years is also okay. Ha ha. Gao Shueting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. His whole body was cold, and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Shueting said leisurely, It seems that my good temper gave you the wrong impression. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Do you think that I'm not dignified at all? Of course not. Then do you look down on me and the Divine Hall? Of course not. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, Today I said in front of Master Shao and the others that you're a disciple of the Divine Hall. So I stopped Lu Qi's intention of recruiting you. If you dare to refuse me again, I'll tell them tomorrow that you've been expelled from the Divine Hall. You know what the consequences will be. Yang Kai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't know that Lu Qi wanted to rope him in. Thinking about it this way, his recent performance was too sharp, and he had probably attracted a lot of attention. If he didn't have the halo of being a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely be fought over by other masters. Yang Kai immediately understood that Gao Shueting gave him this identity token not to force him to make a choice, but to protect him. She had carefully checked his physical condition before, obviously because she was worried that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth emerged in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such care from an elder, joining the Azure Sun Temple seemed to be a good choice. He breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, Then this disciple will respectfully accept. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Gao Shueting looked him up and down a few times and nodded, You're worth teaching. After a pause, she continued, However, because of your special situation, you don't have to abide by the many rules of the temple. How you used to live will be how you will live in the future. The temple will not interfere with you. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Of course, what you do in the future only concerns you and does not represent the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble for the temple, you know what will happen. Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes were full of power as she coldly snorted. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his face covered in cold sweat. I have nothing else to say. Now that you have taken the nameplate, you are also a disciple of the Divine Hall. Do you have any problems in cultivation? Since I am free now, I can answer them for you. Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked in a pleasant manner. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly asked some questions that he had encountered during his cultivation. Gao Shueting was very responsible and explained everything to him in detail. She didn't hide anything from him about her cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Gao Shueting originally thought that it would be easy to guide a second-order Tao source realm cultivator in his cultivation. But as she talked with Yang Kai in depth, she had to put away her casual attitude, because the questions Yang Kai asked were all very important and profound, some of which even she couldn't figure out thoroughly. Gradually, this kind of consultation turned into a discussion between the two of them to verify their own martial Tao. Yang Kai didn't leave the city, Lord's mansion, until dawn. After returning to the Qin family, he immediately looked for Qin Chaiyang and found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai came out of seclusion. His newly promoted second-order Tao source realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Inside the secret room, he checked his condition and was very satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and his expression became strange. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and sent his soul avatar into it to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting for a lot of faceless, profound grass to feed the soul-devouring insects. During this time, the soul-devouring insects had been devouring themselves in that huge jar, multiplying and evolving. It was only today that they seemed to have made some substantial breakthroughs. The soul-devouring insects were ranked 11th on the exotic insect list's heaven list, a very high ranking. They played a huge role in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and after going through the trials in the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai also had high hopes for the soul-devouring insects. Today, as soon as he noticed that they were moving, Yang Kai couldn't wait to investigate. It was quiet inside the jar, as if all the soul-devouring insects were sleeping. However, after Yang Kai refined the insect enslavement bracelet, he knew everything inside it like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that this silence was just an illusion. He waited for a moment with a solemn expression before he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, opening the jar. Looking inside, Kai Yang saw that the inside of the urn was densely packed with milky white silkworm cocoons, covering the entire wall of the urn. Many of the white cocoons had holes in them, and evolved soul-devouring insects were constantly crawling out of them and swallowing the white cocoons whole. As time passed, more and more soul-devouring insects were born from the cocoons. For a time, the whole jar was filled with crackling sounds, as if tens of thousands of silkworms were eating. So big! Yang Kai was startled. Originally, soul-devouring insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. They were extremely small insects, and only divine sense could find their traces. However, after this devouring and evolution, the soul-devouring insects had obviously become larger. Each of them was the size of a grain of rice, and their bodies were covered with some pitch-black veins. Among the black veins, there was an obvious demonic qi. Obviously, it was because they had devoured the ancient pure demonic qi before. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be more ferocious than before, making Yang Kai's scalp tingle. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of their cocoons and devoured their own white cocoons. After getting enough nutrition, these soul-devouring insects flapped their wings and flew out of the jar. Yang Kai stepped back vigilantly and watched from a distance. He saw that above the jar, a cloud of insects had gathered. Although there were far fewer of them than the original soul-devouring insects, their aura and scale were far superior to the previous batch. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that if he had brought this batch of soul-devouring insects into the divine ascension world and encountered Ban Qing in the Emperor realm, he would not have needed to resort to any tricks. Just these soul-devouring insects would have been enough to make Ban Qing flee in a sorry state. He watched for a long time before giving command to the cloud of soul-devouring insects. Chapter 2283. The swarm of soul-devouring insects that had been flying around suddenly rushed towards him, buzzing incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place with a serious expression on his face, ready to attack at any moment. A short while later, he was surrounded by the insect swarm. Immediately after, a soul-devouring insect landed on his body, shook its wings, and remained motionless, quietly crawling there. Then another, large swathes of insect swarms descended, wrapping him up in 3 layers, completely obscuring his figure. However, all of the soul-devouring insects were silent and showed no intention of attacking Yang Kai. Instead, under an invisible connection, these soul-devouring insects obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that the insect enslavement bracelet was truly a great treasure. Back in the divine ascension mirror world, Yang Kai had felt that his batch of soul-devouring insects was no longer under his control. Later on, he had obtained another batch of soul-devouring insects from Tianyan, but they had no connection to him at all. Now, however, these evolved soul-devouring insects were obediently following his orders, as if they were part of his body. The biggest credit naturally went to the insect enslavement bracelet. This Emperor artifact didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it could restrain all exotic insects in the world. It was the life work of the insect emperor, so it was very effective against the soul-devouring insects. With this, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the insect enslavement bracelet. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy in the future, the soul-devouring insects would become one of his trump cards. After testing it out, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With a thought, he ordered the soul-devouring insects to return to the large jar and recuperate. The space inside the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have a subtle effect on the survival of the exotic insects. Not only would the exotic insects that stayed here not die or weaken. Instead, they would become stronger and stronger. Of course, if he wanted the soul-devouring insects to grow faster, Yang Kai would need to find more facetless, profound grass to feed them. Facetless, profound grass wasn't an extremely rare spirit grass. Many large sects could cultivate it themselves, so it wasn't difficult to find. However, Yang Kai needed a large amount of it, so it would definitely cost him a lot. In the past, Yang Kai might not have been able to afford it, but now that he had a source crystal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a short period of time. Naturally, he could purchase them without restraint. Yang Kai opened his eyes, stood up, and opened his secret room to go to the city to buy some facetless, profound grass. This made him even more surprised, because Lu Qi had used the Emperor artifact, the Duality Record, to form a seal that suppressed the Spirit Lake. Logically speaking, as time passed, the world energy in Maplewood City would become thinner and thinner, gradually returning to its previous state. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over from nearby and appeared in front of him. It was Yi Jinghan. "Young Master Yang, you've come out of seclusion." Yi Jinghan sized up Yang Kai and discovered that his aura was steady. She restrained her gaze and couldn't help but say enviously, "Young Master Yang, you seem to have gained a lot this time." "It's just S.O." Yang Kai grinned. Since he had already decided to follow Yi Jinghan to 1,000 Leave Sect, he didn't reject her as much. His expression changed, and Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You won't be staying here all the time, will you?" Yi Jinghan smiled embarrassedly. "I don't have anything else to do here." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry. Since I've already promised you I won't run away, I'll definitely follow you to 1,000 Leave Sect. I don't want to keep an eye on young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hands and said in a flustered tone, I'm just, even after speaking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a reason and couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that she would infuriate Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, Forget it. Accompany me to buy some things. We'll set off once we're done. Yi Jinghan's face lit up and she quickly nodded. Okay. The two of them immediately rushed into the city. As they walked, Yang Kai discovered that the cultivator in Maplewood City was sparse and it wasn't as lively as it used to be. However, every cultivator on the streets had a happy expression on their faces, as if they had struck a stroke of great luck. He couldn't help but find this strange and asked, These people are all smiling like flowers. Did something good happen to them? Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. Maplewood City is different from before. The world energy here is at least 3 to 5 times denser than before, so they're naturally happy. By the way, I was just about to ask you about this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. What's with this world energy? Why did it become denser? Yi Jinghan said, Young Master Yang has been in seclusion for the past month, so you naturally don't know about the changes in Maplewood City. It's like this. A month ago, a few master led by Star Soul Palace's Master Shao discussed for a few days and decided to transform the Spirit Lake into a cultivation holy land. So, they transferred people from their respective sects. 10 days ago, the transformation was completed and the Spirit Lake has become a famous cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory. Countless cultivators have flocked to it, and many people in Maplewood City have also gone to watch the show, so the city is deserted. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why there were so few people in Maplewood City. It seemed that they had all gone to the Spirit Lake to watch the show. That place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiao Yuyang and the other masters. It occupies a large area, and many secret rooms have been built for cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yi Jinghan smiled, that's right. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, Then this Spirit Lake Palace? Who is in charge of it? Who owns it? Yi Jinghan said, None of the great sects have any intention of occupying it. The Spirit Lake Palace is managed by Star Soul Palace, and all the great sects have joined forces with Maplewood City to manage it. It is open to the entire Southern Territory, and anyone who has enough source crystals can enter it to cultivate. Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. Maplewood City also has a role in managing it. Of course, the Spirit Lake Palace is right next to Maplewood City, so it's best for Maplewood City to manage it. This time, Maplewood City will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, Yang Kai chuckled. I can already imagine City, Lord Duan's happy expression. Pursing her lips, Yi Jinghan replied with a smile, Indeed. Although City Lord Duan's cultivation is still at the third order Dao source realm, with the Spirit Lake Palace, his status has already soared. I'm afraid that he'll be able to stand on equal footing with the sect masters of those first-rate sects. His status isn't low, but his cultivation isn't high enough, so it'll be difficult for him to convince the masses. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and felt a little worried for Duan Yuan Shan. Yi Jinghan glanced at him and said, Young Master Yang, you don't have to worry about this. Master Xiao has already made the decision to accept City, Lord Duan, and Vice City, Lord Drunkard, as outer disciples of Star Soul Palace. Moreover, these two city lords have also taken up some positions in Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and other top forces. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. How is that possible? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and giggled. I'm afraid they have no choice. Master Xiao is indeed wise. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I've never heard of this matter before, I'm afraid that no one will dare to look down on City Lord Duan and Elder Ju, nor will they dare to disobey their authority. Although Duan Yuan Shan and Elder Jiu's cultivation wasn't high, they had the backing of several top sects in the Southern Territory, so it wasn't difficult for them to manage Maplewood City and the Spirit Lake Palace. If anyone dared to disobey their orders, it would be tantamount to making an enemy out of all the top forces in the Southern Territory. So, who would dare to do such a thing? Master Shao is really bold. Star Soul Palace is really worthy of being the overlord of the Southern Territory. Their bearing is really extraordinary, Yang Kai said sincerely. In all honesty, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to occupy the Spirit Lake Palace, no one would dare to resist. After all, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were in charge of Star Soul Palace, so the other top forces wouldn't be able to contend against them. However, Star Soul Palace didn't do such a thing. Instead, they took the lead and led many great forces to turn Star Soul Palace into a cultivation, holy land open to the entire Southern Territory. From this, one could see the magnanimity of this overlord sect. Not every sect could do such a thing. Even if it was Azure Sun Temple's Wen Zishan, if such a cultivation, holy land fell into his hands, Yang Kai believed that he would secretly hide it and use it as a cultivation place for Azure Sun Temple's disciples. It was human nature for people to have differences between those who were close and those who were distant. No one would think for others for no reason. Continue, Yang Kai said. The Spirit Lake Palace imitated Star Soul Palace's classification of cultivation, holy lands, and it is also divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. The human grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the origin returning realm, while the earth grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the Tao source realm. As for the top heaven grade cultivation holy land, it is only open to masters in the Emperor realm. Speaking of this, a look of yearning appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if she was looking forward to the supreme the Emperor realm. The higher the grade, the more source crystals one needs to pay to enter. It is said that one needs to pay 1,000 high-rank source crystals for a day and a night in the top heaven grade cultivation holy land. Moreover, only high-rank source crystals are allowed to be paid, and they cannot be converted into mid-rank or low-rank source crystals. This price is really terrifying. Yang Kai sighed. 1,000 high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals or 10 million low-rank source crystals. This was just a day and a night's payment, but which cultivator didn't go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month? If one wanted to comprehend a secret technique or secret art, it was common for them to spend a year or so. Especially when the masters in the Emperor realm went into seclusion, they could spend years or even decades in seclusion. The source crystals required to pay for this was incalculable. Moreover, they were only allowed to pay high-rank source crystals, and the conditions were extremely harsh. However, most of the masters in the Emperor realm are rich, and if they really want to reach a higher level in the martial Tao, they may not care about these worldly possessions, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Chapter 2284. That's right. The heaven-grade cultivation, holy land of the Spirit Lake Palace is comparable to the heaven-grade cultivation, holy land of the Star Soul Palace. Who in the Emperor realm doesn't want to experience it? If they can achieve a breakthrough, it'll be worth it no matter how much they pay. Yi Jinghan expressed her agreement and continued, but there aren't many heaven-grade cultivation rooms. There are only 30 of them. These 30 rooms. I'm afraid that the master will fight over them to the death, Yang Kai snorted. 30 rooms might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. Although Emperor realm masters were not very common, in the entire Southern Territory, if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. Apart from the Emperor masters of Star Soul Palace, who probably weren't interested in heaven-grade secret rooms, which Emperor realm master wouldn't want to enter secluded cultivation and study their secret arts. Once the news spread, how could 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for the master realm masters. It's not something for a small fry like me to consider. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood after receiving Yang Kai's promise. How many Earth-grade cultivation rooms are there? What about human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai asked again. There are about 500 Earth-grade cultivation rooms and 3,000 human-grade cultivation rooms. Yang Kai nodded, although this number didn't sound like much, and it felt like they couldn't make ends meet. Not everyone had the financial resources to cultivate in the Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms. Those who couldn't afford to cultivate in them could only look at them and lament their inadequacy. However, with the heaven, earth, and human secret rooms, the income of Maplewood City would probably be enough to make people envious. When the time came, this income would definitely be divided among the various top sects, and Maplewood City might also be able to drink some soup and water. Even so, Duan Yuan Shan and the others would probably become rich overnight. It said that Yi Jing Han's voice suddenly lowered in a mysterious tone. Of course, it said that the Spirit Lake Palace has left some secret rooms for the various sects that aren't open to the public. Only the disciples of the various sects are allowed to enter them. Anyone who is a disciple of the sect can enter them for free and cultivate for as long as they want. Oh, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? Yi Jing Han replied. I don't know the source of this information, but it's quite reliable. After all, the Spirit Lake Palace was built by the various large sects, so it's natural for them to leave some for their own sections. That's understandable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Now that he was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he had a disciple identity token in his hand. If this news was really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room to cultivate with that identity token without having to pay anything. Also, the major forces have also arranged a formation to guide the spiritual chi from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. Therefore, the spiritual chi in Maplewood City is much denser than before. So that's what's going on. No wonder I felt that something was off. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the world energy in Maplewood City didn't decrease, but instead increased. It turned out that the Spirit Lake Palace's world energy was attracted by the Spirit Array. If this was the case, Maplewood City was quite suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Although it couldn't be compared with the Spirit Lake Palace, it was still good news for a cultivator living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will definitely become one of the major cities in the Southern Territory. I heard that the 2 major chambers of commerce are going to set up branches here. Yang Kai smiled and said, where there's money to be made, how can the 2 major chambers of commerce not be here? While talking, the 2 arrived at the Spirit Pill Plaza. The Spirit Pill Plaza was still the same as before. It was a small shop with only a few people buying things in the store. Only the waiter was there to greet customers. There was no sign of the shopkeeper. Since Kong Si Ran was transferred, Yang Kai hadn't come to the Spirit Pill Plaza. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but sigh. When he first came to Maplewood City, he made some connections with the Spirit Pill Plaza. Your Grandmaster Yang. A cry of surprise suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears, waking him up from his memories. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the waiter looking at him excitedly. How have you been, brother waiter? Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. When he was refining pills in the Spirit Pill Plaza, he had come in contact with this waiter many times. So he wasn't unfamiliar with him, but he didn't know his name. Good, good, good. The waiter was so excited that he spoke incoherently, as if he was flattered. Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster. After saying this, he ran inside in a hurry, shouting as he ran, Grandmaster Yang is back! Shopkeeper, Grandmaster Yang is back. What does he mean? Yi Jing Han looked at Yang Kai blankly. She didn't know what was wrong with this waiter. Yang Kai said, I refined pills in this Spirit Pill Plaza for several months. I see. Let's go in. Yang Kai nodded. He noticed that after the waiter's shout, several customers who were shopping for pills in the store were looking at him with strange gazes. So he called out to Yi Jinghan and walked straight into the store. Walking through the lobby, before he even entered, he was met with a fat man in luxurious clothes. This fat man looked to be in his 40s, with a big belly that stuck out like an old man. He looked very stout. He was obviously the new shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Just like Kong Si-ran, he was only a third-order Origin King. The fat man wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked anxiously, "Where is Grandmaster Yang?" As soon as he said this, he raised his head and saw Yang Kai, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Spirit Pill Plaza's Zhou Fu greets Grandmaster Yang. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists in return and said with a smile, "This Yang came uninvited. Shopkeeper Zhou is too polite." The two of them had just exchanged a few words when two men rushed out from the back and shouted anxiously, "Who is Grandmaster Yang? Who is Grandmaster Yang?" One of them looked around and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, shouting in a low voice, "Are you Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this man had disheveled hair, sunken eyes, and bloodshot eyes. It seemed like he hadn't rested for a long time. It wasn't just this man. The other man next to him was also like this. Moreover, Yang Kai smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from these two men. Yang Kai immediately understood what they were doing and said with a faint smile, "This Yang doesn't deserve to be called Grandmaster." When the two men heard this, their eyes lit up and they stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes. They cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. You are too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly and turned to Zhou Fu. "Shopkeeper, can we talk inside?" He gestured to the surroundings and saw that the customers who were shopping in the store were looking at them blankly. They were all trying to guess which master Yang Kai was and why he was being treated so respectfully by the shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Zhou Fu said awkwardly, this Zhou was negligent, "Grandmaster Yang, this way please." "Grandmaster Yang, please." The two guys who came later also hurriedly separated to the sides, looking very respectful. "Bring me tea. Bring me the best tea," Zhou Fu said and kicked the waiter who was watching the scene. The waiter hurriedly left. Not long after, Yang Kai sat down in a secret room in the back hall with Yi Jinghan standing behind him like a bodyguard. Zhou Fu and the others also stood beside him. "You should also sit." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. No, we don't have the qualifications to sit in front of Grandmaster Yang. We can just stand." Zhou Fu hurriedly waved his hand. Yes. Kneeling is also fine." The two men who were up to no good spoke one after another, causing Yi Jinghan to chuckle. She didn't know why Yang Kai had such a high status in this place. Yang Kai didn't force them and just asked, "Has there been any news from Shopkeeper Kong?" Zhou Fu's expression turned solemn as he said, "Shopkeeper Kong has sent me many messages asking about Grandmaster Yang's current situation. I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to meet Grandmaster Yang and I haven't been able to get any information about him. Fortunately, news about the Four Seasons realm spread recently, so I was able to answer for it." Zhou Fu smiled bitterly as he spoke. Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong is really considerate. How is he now?" Zhou Fu said, "Shopkeeper Kong is doing well, and I heard that he will be returning to Maplewood City soon." Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked, "Is it because of the branch?" Zhou Fu said, "Grandmaster Yang is really well informed. It's precisely because of the branch that Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce decided to set up a branch in Maplewood City. Shopkeeper Kong has been operating here for many years and has a wide network of connections. With him overseeing this place, all kinds of matters can proceed smoothly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Brother Kong, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. In the past, Maplewood City wasn't good enough. So Kong Si-ran was transferred away after he broke through to the Dao Source realm. But now, Maplewood City had the foundation and qualifications to evolve into a great city in just a few years. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce had transferred Kong Si-ran back because they trusted his ability and believed that Kong Si Ran would be able to profit greatly and his status would soar. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. Kong Si Ran had been here for many years and had a close relationship with the city, Lord's Mansion, and the patriarchs of the various great families. Kong Si Ran was the best candidate to manage the Maplewood City branch. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Shopkeeper Zhou, I came to Spirit Pill Plaza this time because I have something I need your help with." Zhou Fu's face flushed, and he quickly said, "Grandmaster Yang, just tell me what you need." This Zhou will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Hee, it's not that serious. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "I just want to buy something. Faceless profound grass. Shopkeeper Zhou should know about it, right?" Faceless profound grass? Zhou Fu raised his brow and said, "This Zhou naturally knows about it. Spirit Pill Plaza still has some in stock. If Grandmaster Yang wants it, this Zhou can give it to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the stock in Spirit Pill Plaza is not enough." Zhou Fu asked, "Grandmaster Yang wants a lot." "The more, the better." Zhou Fu said, "Then this Zhou will send someone to collect it in the city. Grandmaster Yang will not be disappointed." "Thank you, Shopkeeper Zhou." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. Zhou Fu smiled and said, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. You saved Spirit Pill Plaza in the past, so you can be considered half a member of Spirit Pill Plaza. How can this Zhou not fulfill such a small request?" Chapter 2285. Zhou Fu quickly left to deal with the matter of the facetless, profound grass. In fact, Yang Kai could have bought the spirit grass himself, but it would have wasted a lot of time and energy, so it was different if he asked Zhou Fu for help. The shopkeepers of these shops were in constant contact with each other, so if they needed any materials, they would be able to arrange it for him. It was much more efficient than Yang Kai doing it himself. After Zhou Fu left, the two unkempt men asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, do you want the facetless, profound grass for alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Judging from your appearances, you should be alchemists as well, right?" Yes, it's an honor to be able to travel with Grandmaster Yang." One of them replied with a flattering smile. The other man said, "Grandmaster Yang, we have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately we never had the chance to meet you. We didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity today. We are truly fortunate." These two fellows seemed to have oiled their mouths, and were speaking one after the other in a humble and respectful manner, almost worshipping Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this scene and felt as if her worldview had been destroyed. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the world she knew, all alchemists were arrogant and proud. So when had she ever seen an alchemist fawning so much? But after thinking about it, she felt that only an even more powerful alchemist could subdue an alchemist. Yang Kai had even refined the extraordinary treasure pill, which was almost lost in history, so it was natural for these two Origin King grade alchemists to be so respectful towards him. The two of them were still trying to flatter Kai Yang, as if there was no end to it, praising Kai Yang as if he was unparalleled in this world. Yang Kai coughed dryly. He said, "Do the two of you have something that you need Yang Kai to explain?" This Yang happens to have some free time right now. Hearing him say, "So," the two men glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. One of them said, "Grandmaster Yang, it's like this. It is said that when you were refining source condensing pills in Spirit Pill Plaza, you were loved and praised by many customers. But since the two of us took over this place, Grandmaster Yang's reputation has improved greatly. The source condensing pills refined by Grandmaster Yang always feel like they lack a little bit of foundation, and many customers are very dissatisfied, causing the flow of customers to decrease a lot for no reason. The two of us were thinking, if Grandmaster Yang has time, can you give us a brief introduction to your alchemy experience?" Yang Kai asked, "The Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was improved by Grandmaster Huangpu, right? That's right. Grandmaster Huangpu is an emperor-grade alchemist, the pillar of our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill formula came from Master Huangpu, there's definitely no problem. I believe there are some flaws in your refining process. Just relying on words alone might not work. How about this? You refine a batch of source condensing pills now, and I'll observe from the side, Yang Kai asked. Upon hearing this, the two of them were shaken. They knew that Yang Kai wanted to give them guidance on the spot, and they immediately understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was a good opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. So how could they refuse? Immediately they said in unison, "We dare not disobey Grandmaster Yang's orders. Please, Grandmaster." Yang Kai nodded and got up, leading the two of them to the underground alchemy room with ease. Yi Jinghan also followed closely behind them out of curiosity. Even though she was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she had never seen anyone perform alchemy in her life, so she was very interested in this. Not long after, they arrived at the underground alchemy room, which was filled with heat. There was a spirit array that guided the earth fire for alchemy. Yang Kai had stayed here for a few months, so he was very familiar with this place. He asked the two of them to take out a set of materials each and start refining, while Yang Kai stood in front of them and observed them carefully. With his current level of alchemy, it wasn't a problem for him to guide two Origin King grade high-rank alchemists. Refining techniques, carving spirit arrays, controlling the fire, and other small details would often become the foundation that would affect the quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai would give his advice from time to time, and the two alchemists would listen to his advice modestly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them opened their respective furnaces. Each of them managed to refine 5 or 6 pills of good quality, which made them overjoyed and grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, Zhou Fu also sent a message, saying that he had brought the facetless, profound grass. Yang Kai asked the two of them to stay behind and reflect on the gains and losses of this alchemy before he returned to the back hall. Zhou Fu was waiting in the back room, and when he saw Yang Kai, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "This show didn't disappoint you. There are 2,000 facetless, profound grass here. Please accept them, Grandmaster Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said with a nod, "Shopkeeper Zhou is quite efficient." 2,000 facetless profound grass was enough for him to use for a long time. Yet Zhou Fu had only spent half a day to gather them. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. If Yang Kai had gone to buy them himself, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many in half a day. The price. Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised his head to ask. Zhou Fu said, "These facetless profound grass aren't worth anything. Just take it as a small token of appreciation from this show. I hope Grandmaster won't refuse it." Yang Kai said with a smile, "You don't have to do this, Shopkeeper Zhou." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand, and a small mountain of source crystals appeared on the table. Before Zhou Fu could say anything, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the back room, along with Yi Jinghan. Only a voice reached Zhou Fu's ears. "If Shopkeeper Kong returns to Maplewood City one day, please pass on my message to him. When we meet again in the future, we'll drink to our heart's content." Zhou Fu was startled, and he looked at the source crystals on the table and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan's figures suddenly appeared on a street in the city. As soon as Yi Jinghan appeared, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and she looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, "Young Master Yang, is this the Space Divine technique? Are you all right?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question and asked her a question instead. "This is the first time I've experienced such a teleportation, so I can clearly feel the void turbulence around me." "I'm still a little scared," Yi Jinghan replied. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Then you're all right." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message into it. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan asked. "Oh, I'm about to leave. I'll leave a message for the Qin family's patriarch." "Young Master Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye to him in person?" Yi Jinghan looked at him strangely. Yang Kai said, "It's fine to say goodbye to him in person. It's not like I'm not coming back. Besides, the Qin family's patriarch should be very busy right now. Didn't you say that the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families are following City Lord Duan to manage the Spirit Lake Palace?" Yi Jinghan said, "The Qin family's patriarch is fine, but Miss Qin, what happened to Qin Yu?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "When I came out of seclusion, I secretly checked Qin Yu's aura. I found that she's in good condition. Her vitality is stable, and her vitality is abundant." Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. "Young Master Yang, you've been in seclusion for a month, and Miss Qin has been waiting outside your door for 2 hours every day. She probably has something to say to you. Young Master Yang, don't you want to give her a chance?" Yang Kai glanced at her and curled his lips. "You women are so gossipy." While speaking, he left a message for Qin Chaoyang on the communication artifact, telling him that he would be leaving Maplewood City for a while. If he had the chance, he would definitely come back. The Qin family's myriad sword was in his hands, and he had also made an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return the myriad's sword to the Qin family when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor realm. With this connection, his connection with the Qin family could not be severed. However, he did not know when Qin Yu would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Would there be such an opportunity and opportunity? Next, he took out the identity token of Azure Sun Temple's disciple and prepared to inform Gao Shui Ting about his departure. This identity token could not only be used to verify one's identity, but it could also be used as a communication artifact. As long as there were people from Azure Sun Temple nearby, they could contact each other through their respective tokens. This is... Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the golden token, a thoughtful look flashing through her eyes. When she saw the words Azure Sun on the front of the token, her delicate body shook and she cried out involuntarily, "Azure Sun Golden Token!" Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment. He did not know why her reaction was so big. Young Master Yang is actually an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. This mistress has been rude. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly, and a hint of envy appeared on her face. Elite disciple of Inner Temple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How did you know?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Young Master Yang, since you are an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, don't you know the classification of disciples?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said embarrassedly, "I'm just a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in name. I'm not a true disciple of Azure Sun Temple." Then this gold token. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Jinghan's forehead as she felt the world spinning around her. Her whole body shivered violently. Could Yang Kai have snatched this gold token from someone? If that's the case, bringing this person to Thousand Leaves sect will definitely bring disaster to the sect. "Elder Gao forced it on me," Yang Kai said bitterly. "Forced it on you." Yi Jinghan almost fainted. There were so many talented youths in the Southern Territory who could not obtain a mere Azure Sun disciple token. But when it came to Yang Kai, he said that Elder Gao had forced it on him, as if he was reluctant to accept it. Yi Jinghan felt unwell, and she did not know whether it was because she had just teleported, but she felt dizzy. Why is your face so pale? Didn't you eat something this morning?" Yang Kai glanced at her and asked, "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look. "Please don't joke around. This mistress is timid, so please don't scare me." "What are you talking about? Young Master Yang, do you really not know about this Azure Sun Golden Token?" Yang Kai said seriously, I got it less than a month ago, and I've been in seclusion all this time. What's so special about this token?" Yi Jinghan took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down violently, almost tearing her clothes apart. Yang Kai kept staring at her, but she calmed down and said, "Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens have the same shape, but they are divided into 3 grades: gold, silver, and bronze. In the temple, only the top few inner disciples are qualified to possess an Azure Sun golden token. Once a golden token is issued, no one dares to disobey it. This golden token represents a status equal to that of an ordinary elder in the temple. When you go to Azure Sun Temple's properties in the Southern Territory, you can also mobilize the personnel and resources of those properties." Chapter 2286. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know that the identity tokens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were divided into different grades. It seemed that the Azure Sun golden token given to him by Gao Shueting was really extraordinary. It could be seen that she trusted him greatly. "Young Master Yang, you don't know anything about this." Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "It's just a token." Yang Kai replied casually before he poured his divine sense into the token to inform Gao Shueting. Then he put it away and said, "Let's go." Yi Jinghan put away the complicated expression on her face and became slightly excited, nodding, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai wrapped her up and teleported to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat artifact and stepped on it, waving to Yi Jinghan. After she flew up and stood firmly, he formed a seal with one hand and flew away at lightning speed. The wooden boat wasn't big, but there was no problem for 2 people to stand on it. Moreover, it was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact and was only 1 step away from becoming an Emperor artifact, so its speed was extremely fast. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he had heard of Thousand Leaves Sect and didn't know much about it. While they were on their way, Yang Kai asked Yi Jinghan about Thousand Leaves Sect's current situation. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves Sect was a great sect in the Southern Territory a long time ago. Although it couldn't be compared with first-rate sects like Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it wasn't far behind. However, after the entrance to the sealed world was closed, the sect couldn't get abundant world energy, and many of its divine secret techniques were lost. All of a sudden, the sect declined. As time passed, their influence grew weaker and weaker, and by the time of Yi Jinghan's father Yi Hen's generation, the sect had become even weaker. In the entire sect, only Yi Hen was a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, which was even worse than the Blue Feather sect. Blue Feather sect didn't have the Emperor realm either. However, when Yang Kai went there, there were at least 4 third-order Dao Source realm powerhouses. The last time the Four Seasons realm opened, Blue Feather sect had 2 spots to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect had none. It was obvious that there was still a gap between the 2 sections. The Thousand Leaves sect was located in Jiang Province's Thousand Leaves mountain range in the Southern Territory and was about half a month's journey away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had a space array that led directly to Jiang State City, but since the demonic Qi besieged the city last time and Drunkard destroyed the space array, it had not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Duan Yuan Shan and the others' words carried little weight, so they were unable to invite a suitable array grandmaster to repair the space array. But now, there was no need to worry about this problem. After the matter with the Spirit Lake Palace was settled, Xiao Yuyang and the others would definitely ask their sect's array masters to repair the spirit array. In the future, Maplewood City would become one of the largest cities in the entire Southern Territory. The space array would definitely be able to connect all the cities in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai guessed it would be easy for him to return to Maplewood City next time. All he had to do was find a city that wasn't too small and use the space array to directly teleport to it. Along the way, Yang Kai chatted with Yi Jinghan. It was only now that he learned that Thousand Leaves sect was a sect that focused on refining puppets. Most of its disciples cultivated the art of puppetry, which was quite amazing. It was the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a sect in the star boundary. There were 3,000 great Daos, each of which led to the Emperor realm. It wasn't that the art of puppetry wasn't strong, but it was because of the harsh conditions required to cultivate it. Refining puppets was also extremely complicated, so very few people were able to achieve great results in the Southern Territory. But if one cultivated the art of puppetry to the pinnacle, it would become an extremely powerful technique. Since your Thousand Leaves sect focuses on cultivating puppets, why haven't I seen you use them before? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Yi Jinghan hadn't even used her puppets when they were in danger at the bottom of the 18 Spirit Springs. When she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of bashfulness appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, and she said bashfully, I'm not afraid that young Master Yang will laugh at me if I tell you this. My Thousand Leaves sect was originally famous for its art of puppetry, but ever since the previous sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into the sealed world, some of the sect's techniques for refining puppets were lost. Now, the puppets that our Thousand Leaves sect can refine aren't of much use. Saying so, she pursed her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, causing a small blue bird to suddenly appear in her palm. When Yang Kai looked at it, he found that the bird was extremely lifelike, just like a living creature. Even the feathers on its body were clearly layered and had natural colors. But after inspecting it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this bird wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was instead a puppet refined from various materials. A look of amazement appeared on Yang Kai's face. He felt that if he didn't use his divine sense to examine this bird carefully, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a living creature or not. Yi Jinghan formed another series of hand seals and stretched out her slender finger, pointing it at the bird. In the next instant, the blue bird's body lit up and it flapped its wings a few times, tilted its head, and flew up into the air, circling around Yi Jinghan. Not only that, but it also let out bird cries that could be mistaken for a real bird. Yang Kai couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this sight, and he couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Your sect's art of puppetry is really outstanding. Yi Jinghan's face flushed, and she said, Young Master Yang, you flatter me. Our sect's art of puppetry can only be used to refine puppets that can be used to scout out the enemy's situation, but it won't be of any use in a real battle. It's because of this some of the sect's elders have already started cultivating other cultivation arts and secret techniques, so they don't think that the art of puppetry is of any use. Yang Kai sneered. That's because they're short-sighted. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up. Does young Master Yang also think that the art of puppetry is pretty good? Yang Kai said solemnly, Although I haven't studied this art yet, I know that powerful puppets can't be underestimated. It's rumored that in the star boundary, there are some puppets that even the Emperor realm has to avoid. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. I don't want to be able to refine such puppets, but I don't want the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to decline. It's a pity that the most important part of refining puppets is the heart of spirit energy. Our Thousand Leaves sect doesn't have a method to refine high-grade heart of spirit energy. If we did, we would definitely be able to regain our former glory. Heart of spirit energy? Yang Kai raised his brows and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, taking out a few egg-sized crystals that emitted a strange light. Before he could say anything, Yi Jinghan cried out involuntarily, Heart of spirit energy? Young Master Yang, how did you get a heart of spirit energy? I obtained it in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai replied. When they were in the Flowing Time Temple, the first obstacle they encountered was countless puppets. The heart of spirit energy in Yang Kai's hand was obtained after defeating those puppets. There weren't many of them, only a few. The Four Seasons realm. Yi Jing Han's face turned gloomy upon hearing this, but she soon became excited again. Young Master Yang, can I take a look at this heart of spirit energy? Yang Kai cast a glance at her and casually tossed one to her. Yi Jing Han caught it happily and started playing with it carefully, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Her face was filled with joy. The spirit array on this heart of spirit energy seems to be an ancient artifact. Some of the spirit inscriptions and spirit veins have been lost for a long time. Moreover, the grade of this heart of spirit energy isn't low. If I'm not mistaken, it should have come from a Tao source grade puppet, right? Yang Kai nodded and said, that's right. You were able to recognize it. Yi Jing Han said, Young Master Yang, you must be joking. This mistress has been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and has done some research on it. If I had this heart of spirit energy, this mistress would be able to refine a Tao source grade puppet. As she spoke, she clenched the heart of spirit energy in her hand and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Young Master Yang, this mistress has a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't ask for it. Yang Kai didn't need her to open her mouth to know what she wanted to say. He stretched out his hand and took back the heart of spirit energy, grinning as he said, I only have a few of these things, so I want to keep them. Young Master Yang. A bitter look appeared on Yi Jing Han's face, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. Can't you just sell one to me? It's useless to you anyway. She was currently just a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, which was the same as Yang Kai's. If she could refine a Tao source grade puppet, her strength would definitely soar. For a cultivator who had been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and was obsessed with it, this was no different from a blessing from the heavens. Not only that, but she could also use this heart of spirit energy to study its internal structure. Perhaps she would be able to discover some profound principles and replicate it in large quantities. If she could really do that, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect would definitely increase by several folds. Young Master Yang, please sell one to me. This mistress is begging you. Seeing that her pleas were fruitless, Yi Jing Han stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, shaking it continuously as if she was acting coquettishly. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile as he said, Miss Yi, is it really appropriate for you to touch me like this in the middle of nowhere? Yi Jing Han's pretty face flushed when she heard this, as if she had realized that something was wrong. She let go of his arm as if she had been electrocuted and asked in a sad voice, Young Master Yang, what will it take for you to sell one to me? I won't sell it for the time being, Yang Kai replied. For the time being? Yi Jing Han raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She could sense the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Then when will you sell it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. That will depend on the situation. I might never sell it, but I might sell it when the opportunity arises. You. Yi Jing Han stamped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze and his body came to a halt. Yi Jing Han was standing behind Yang Kai on the wooden boat and had almost bumped into his back due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and circulated her source qi, stabilizing her body on the spot. She then shouted angrily, Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai, however, did not respond to her and instead just stared around coldly, a sneer of ridicule on his face. What's wrong? Yi Jing Han couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dangerous was staring at her. Chapter 2287. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jing Han felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. Will you show yourselves obediently, or do you want this young master to drag you out?" Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void, "What, there's someone here?" Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, "What's going on?" "We're being watched." Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, "It seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you?" After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry, and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm, and his strength dissipated. Asterisk. At the same time, there was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this?" After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these 3 people targeted her, then her fate would be... Thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the 3 people who had just appeared and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the 4 people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the 3rd order Tao Source Realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were 4 of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against 4 of them. The 4 of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all 4 of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the 4 of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black, and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The auras emanating from their bodies were completely different, and there seemed to be a faint connection and resonance between them. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. He realized that these 4 people were not to be trifled with, and it was highly likely that they had cultivated some kind of joint attack technique. Wind, thunder, fire, and mountain? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows, and a pensive look appeared on her face. It seemed like she had just recalled something. "Friends, why have you been waiting here for so long?" Yang Kai looked at the 4 of them with a smile and asked. The 4 of them didn't move, and after a long while the ghost mask with the word wind on his clothes said, "Come with us." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, "Who are you and where are you going?" The cultivator with the word thunder said in a deep voice, "There's no need to ask. You'll find out once you make a trip." Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a little afraid of strangers. I've never met you before, so I won't make a trip with you. We'll meet again someday. Saying so, he urged the wooden boat to leave. With a crackling sound, the cultivator with the word thunder turned into a bolt of lightning and blocked Yang Kai's path. He snorted coldly and said, I'm afraid that's not up to you. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help thinking that this person was extremely fast. His short-distance movement was probably not inferior to his own teleportation. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should have cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation art. Lightning attribute cultivation arts were tyrannical and swift, so it was only natural for this person to possess such speed. Yang Kai's face sank. These people had obviously been hiding here for some time, and judging from their attitude and words, they had probably been waiting here for him. However, Yang Kai had no idea where these four people came from or why they were looking for him. During this time, the only ones he had offended were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but it was impossible for these two sects to have such a powerful cultivator, so it was definitely not them looking for trouble. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was most likely the myriad sword in his hand that had caused this disaster. But on second thought, this didn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for these people to ask him to go with them. It would be much faster to just kill them and steal their treasures. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai smiled and said, Friend, you're quite fast. May I ask, what do you want me to do with you? No comment. The cultivator with the word thunder coldly replied, Your arrogant attitude really makes it impossible to cooperate with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What's the point of wasting time with him? The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar, and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength, and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared, and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade! Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yi Jinghan and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the four people and asked, Do you know where these people came from? Bloodblade. It's Bloodblade. Yi Jinghan replied in alarm. That's why I'm asking you, what is Bloodblade? Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied. Bloodblade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sex. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the star boundaries, 4 great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead. As she spoke, Yi Jinghan's voice trembled. Young Master Yang, why did Bloodblade target you? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, I'm also puzzled. He didn't even know about Bloodblade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the 4 people in front of him, Friends of Bloodblade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life? No one. To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question. We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend. Yang Kai chuckled and said, It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing. Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke? Yi Jinghan stamped her foot and said, Look at me. Yang Kai stared at Yi Jinghan seriously and said in a deep voice, Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you. Yi Jinghan's face turned red. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk all of a sudden, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan were talking, The wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again, and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Oh, upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other three remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it?" "Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently. "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly, and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. A vortex of wind appeared around his body, and he weaved hand signs with a laborious expression on his face. It seemed like he was about to use a powerful secret technique. The other three people did the same, but the energy emanating from their bodies was completely different. Yang Kai's expression became grave, and he shouted at Yi Jinghan, "Protect yourself!" As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward, and the Myriad's sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with Emperor's aura, sword chi, and sword intent. It seemed like it was about to split the world apart, and he slashed it down at the wind cultivator. Since they knew that he possessed the space divine technique, yet they still dared to obstruct him here, it was obvious that they had some kind of trump card up their sleeves. The secret technique they were about to use together was probably this trump card. Since Yang Kai didn't know about them, how could he allow them to use their secret technique? As the sword slashed down, the world changed color and the universe collapsed. The sword chi hadn't reached him yet, but a biting, cold, murderous intent had already pounced at him. The wind cultivator's pupils contracted as he smelled the scent of death. But he didn't dodge, and a resolute look flickered in his eyes, which were covered by the ghost mask, while his speed of weaving hand signs increased. Chapter 2288. At the same time, the other three Blood Blade cultivator also changed their hand seals, their expressions solemn. Buzz, a strange sound suddenly came out, and the source strength of the four people surged, halos fluctuating. Yang Kai's face changed. He found that the power of these four people had produced a great resonance at this moment, and they were closely connected to each other. Immovable. Mountain. The mountain cultivator, who had not spoken until now, suddenly shouted. His face flushed red, and his hand slammed down into the void. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a violent sound. A huge phantom of a mountain appeared behind this person, flashing and disappearing into his body. A layer of invisible ripples leisurely spread out with him as the center, turning into a strange power that suppressed this part of the world. He sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes like an old monk in meditation, not hearing, not seeing, and not moving. Boom! Yang Kai's myriad sword also slashed down at this moment, but the wind cultivator, who bore the brunt of the attack, raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Pah! This sword strike landed 3 inches in front of the wind-titled cultivator, and the sharp sword chi tore apart the black hair in front of his forehead. It even tore open a bloody wound on his skin, but it still wasn't able to kill him as Yang Kai had hoped. The myriad sword was directly blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the wind cultivator in disbelief. He saw very clearly that the other party did not make any defensive moves, but miraculously blocked his fatal blow. While Yang Kai was still in a state of shock, the wind-titled cultivator had already pointed his finger at his chest. Wind and clouds swirled around the fingertip. It contained an enormous amount of power. Yang Kai hurriedly blocked with his sword. This finger hit the body of the myriad's sword. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and he felt a huge force coming from the front, as if a mountain had crashed into him, and he could not help but fall back. The aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. While he was in the air, a fiery red figure quietly attacked him. The fire cultivator held a blood-red blade, sweeping up a cloud of fire and slamming it down at Yang Kai's head. "Young Master Yang, be careful!" Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Whoosh! The wind swept up the cloud of fire, and the two forces of different attributes overlapped perfectly, and in an instant the whole world was dyed in a fiery red color. Yang Kai could naturally feel the ferocity of this move, and his face changed greatly, and he was about to teleport away. But a crackling sound was accompanied by an explosion. The thunder-titled cultivator appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. This palm strike was so solid that Yang Kai was unable to dodge it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged and lightning flashed wildly. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Yang Kai's figure was disturbed by the lightning, and he was instantly submerged in the cloud of fire. The coordination of the wind, thunder, and fire cultivators was simply perfect, and their timing was perfect. It was as if several clones of the same person were attacking at the same time, and in just 2 or 3 moves, Yang Kai had fallen into an irredeemable situation. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and her eyes trembled. She stared at the burning cloud of fire and kept asking herself in her heart, did he die? Did he die just like that? It was undeniable that she had come into contact with Yang Kai. He was the most powerful Tao Source Realm cultivator, and his domineering aura, unrestrained demeanor, and strange and unpredictable means made her yearn for him. And she secretly felt that Yang Kai would definitely achieve great things in the future. But such a person had been killed right in front of her eyes. Yi Jinghan could not believe that he had died so easily. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa, asterisk the wind cultivator, thunder cultivator, and fire cultivator appeared leisurely, and they stood side by side in the air, staring down coldly. Aren't our superiors making a fuss out of nothing? There's nothing special about this little brat. The fire cultivator snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The wind cultivator furrowed his brows and focused on sensing the movements in the cloud of fire. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, "Aren't you being too ruthless? Our superiors asked us to capture him alive, not bring his corpse back. If he really died just like that, how can we report to our superiors?" The fire cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have realized that the situation was far from good, but he still said stubbornly, "How could I have known that this little brat was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single move. What should we do now?" The wind cultivator snorted coldly. "You should deal with the trouble you caused, and I will report it to our superiors after we go back." The thunder cultivator furrowed his brows and said, "That's enough. Stop arguing. We can't be sure whether he's dead or not. Maybe this little brat is lucky and only suffered heavy injuries. Fire cultivator, go down and take a look." The fire cultivator wasn't happy to hear this, but he still dashed into the cloud of fire to investigate. The wind cultivator and thunder cultivator waited anxiously, as they were afraid that Yang Kai would really die. After all, their superiors had ordered them to capture Yang Kai alive, and if they really killed him by mistake, their good days would come to an end, as the internal punishment of blood dagger wasn't something they could bear. The cloud of fire was still burning fiercely, and it seemed like it would continue burning until the end of time. The interior of the cloud was quiet, and the fire cultivator didn't react for a long while after he entered. The thunder cultivator and wind cultivator exchanged a glance, and they both realized that something was amiss. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A muffled groan transmitted from the cloud of fire, and the fire cultivator's body flew out from it, while he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What? The expressions of the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. A strange sound suddenly transmitted from the cloud of fire, and it seemed like sword intent and sword chi filled the air. Along with this sound, the raging flames dispersed and disappeared completely, leaving a person standing there quietly. His whole body was covered in multicolored light. Young Master Yang. When Yi Jinghan saw the figure covered in multicolored light, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Impossible. When they saw Yang Kai's current state, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator both cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he was just in a sorry state. Moreover, the multicolored light emanating from his body seemed to contain a profound mystery. The two of them could clearly sense the pure energy of the 5 elements from the multicolored light. The 5 elements' energy appeared in the same person's body at the same time, and they countered each other while circulating endlessly, causing his aura to rise by a large margin. Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with. The fire cultivator also rushed over from nearby, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, while looking eagerly at Yang Kai. You don't have to say that the thunder cultivator and wind cultivator both cast a glance at the fire cultivator at the same time. I'm really sorry for causing you to worry. Yang Kai waved the myriad sword in his hand, and the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi lingered around his body, while a sinister grin appeared on his face. While I was resting just now, this young master has a rough idea of what your combination technique is. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and everyone's energy can form a resonance with each other, and while they possess their own energy, they can also obtain the support of others' energy. After saying this, he cast a glance at the mountain cultivator, who was sitting in the void and paying no attention to the outside world, and said, Brother Mountain, you're in charge of defending and sealing this part of the world, right? It's no wonder that my teleportation didn't work just now. If it wasn't for my strong physical body, I would have suffered a great loss. The one who created this combination technique is really a genius, he said with a look of admiration. The wind cultivator's expression changed slightly. You managed to discern so much in such a short time? That's right. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his body. I even took the time to change into a set of clean clothes. I wonder if you like them. The wind cultivator's expression turned ugly, because he discovered that Yang Kai really had changed into a new set of clothes, and he wasn't just joking. The thunder cultivator said with a gloomy expression, The higher-ups had a reason for ordering the 4 of us to act together. This boy can't be judged with common sense. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-order Tao, source, realm, cultivator. The 4 of us can even fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm if we join forces. So why should we be afraid of him? The fire-titled cultivator seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghan's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. If the 4 of them could really fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm, then Yang Kai wouldn't have any chance of winning. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only strong in the Tao Source realm. So how could he be compared to someone from the Emperor realm? After the 3 of them spoke one after another for a while, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yang Kai with solemn gazes. On the other side, Yang Kai just responded with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. An austere atmosphere slowly pervaded the air. Yi Jinghan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The omnipresent murderous intent was drilling into her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to help Yang Kai in this battle with her strength, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Kai, so her delicate body flickered as she moved to the side. At a certain moment, the murderous intent colliding with each other exploded like a bomb, and the atmosphere in the air changed abruptly. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yong-kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yong-kai's pupils contracted, and he snorted coldly, 3,000 sword Dao seal! As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky and filled the air around Yong-kai before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yong-kai. Form, displacement, transposition. Yong-kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over before he shouted, "Raging flames burning the plains!" Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense, rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world's spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yong-kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yong-kai's head, before they rained down on him. Chapter 2289. Yong-kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yong-kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze, rain. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yong-kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yong-kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yong-kai's body, Yong-kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yong-kai bit the tip of his tongue, and space principle swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge! The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yong-kai's abilities. When they saw this space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn, and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Asterisk walla. Asterisk accompanied by a soft sound. A pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yong-kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yong-kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yong-kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yong-kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yong-kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy, as well as his own spatial energy, Blood Knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yong-kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh! With the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yong-kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Yong-kai's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me?" Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch. Kai Yang grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled. Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with? Who knows? Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed, as this person had said, he was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire, cultivator, was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, condense. The law of space was leisurely mobilized. Although it was affected by the divine technique displayed by the word mountain cultivator, it still made the cultivator with the word fire stagnate. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a moment away. This moment of stagnation made the word fire cultivator feel the call of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Slash! Yang Kai roared as the myriad's sword in his hand slashed down leisurely. The word fire cultivator did not have time to make any defensive movements before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. At the critical moment, the word mountain cultivator slowly opened his eyes and made a hand seal. The shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the word fire cultivator, condensing into a solid existence. The myriad's sword struck the mountain peak. With an ear-piercing sound, the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, but it had already exhausted the power of Yang Kai's attack. The word mountain cultivator's body only swayed for a moment before it closed its eyes again and sat upright in its original position. The word fire escaped from death. Large beads of sweat rolled down its forehead as it dodged and fled. At the same time, the word thunder cultivator and the word wind cultivator arrived at the same time. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source chi at the same time. Their hands quickly formed hand seals, and as they swung their long blades, the power of wind and thunder combined to form a thunderstorm that swept towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. His clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp wind blades, revealing his strong muscles. Lightning crackled and roamed across his skin, making it difficult for him to even move. All he could do was desperately defend himself. In the distance, the word mountain cultivator slammed down from the air. Another shadow of a mountain peak smashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a rumble, after the shadow of the mountain peak fell, Yang Kai's body shrank. The ground under his feet directly collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. He abruptly raised both of his hands into the air, holding up the mountain peak in the air. The word mountain cultivator's expression, which had been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some slight changes. Shock seemed to flicker in its eyes. The other three people also had solemn expressions. After the fight, the three of them didn't dare to approach Yang Kai and could only watch from afar. This little brat, is he even human? The fire's heart was still beating wildly after surviving the calamity. His eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, he actually used his physical strength to resist the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Mount Meru weighs 100,000 kilograms. Even the average the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to lift it, not to mention Mount Meru's suppressive power. His physical body is very strong. The word wind cultivator said enviously. The word thunder cultivator sighed and said, I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future. Hearing this, the eyes of the word wind cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. but this is as far as he goes. The word thunder cultivator coldly snorted. No matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghosts Mount Meru in the end. The word wind cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghosts Mount Meru. Ha 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 ha! Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these 4 people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, "Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later." "If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later." Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, "What?" The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word wind cultivator's expression changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Not good! Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card." After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The word wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed and he floated back. This is the word lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. Dragon might. The word fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The 3 of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them, and their feet were cramping. Yi Jinghan's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by empty Shumi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every blood dagger member's heart. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, a series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held onto empty Shumi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding onto something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of empty Shumi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 empty Shumi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned empty Shumi back into a ray of light. "You're in trouble." Without the suppression of empty Shumi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the 3 blood dagger members with a sinister smile. "Fight him to the death." The wind cultivator roared, "Wind saber, frost sword." He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the fire-titled cultivator and the thunder cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The wind, thunder, and fire mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other, their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor realm. But today, a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these 3 people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With two cracking sounds, the three people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the wind saber and frost sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the three people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the three people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the Wind Cultivator's chest. Chapter 2290. Wind Vanish. On the brink of life and death, the Wind Cultivator let out a roar. His entire body flickered on the spot, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing. No one knew where he had fled to. This was actually an extremely brilliant escape technique. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his dragon claw and grasped at the void. An invisible force seeped out of his body and turned into the law of space, suppressing the void. The Wind Cultivator's figure reappeared in a sorry state. His face was still filled with disbelief, as if he had not expected that his most powerful, life-saving technique would be so easily broken by Yang Kai. Ah! The Thunder Cultivator and the Fire-titled Cultivator exclaimed at the same time. Die! Yang Kai let out a roar and waved his hand in the direction of the Wind Cultivator. A huge crescent blade that spanned across the heavens and the earth appeared leisurely. It seemed to have crossed the endless space and time. It took the shape of a half-moon and carried an unparalleled momentum as it slashed towards the Wind Cultivator. The Wind Cultivator's face suddenly became extremely pale. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He was unable to dodge because of the law of space and could only watch as death approached him. Mountain of Earth! The mountain ghost, who was several hundred feet away, suddenly shouted. He changed his hand signs, and Mt. Shumi appeared once again. It stood between the moon blade and the wind-titled martial artist, and rich earth element surged out. The gravel and soil on the ground were attracted by it, and in the blink of an eye they formed an indestructible defensive barrier in front of the wind-titled martial artist. The crescent blade slashed down and shattered the barrier, but its power was greatly reduced. As a crackling sound echoed out, the thunder-titled martial artist turned into a bolt of lightning and saved the wind-titled martial artist before escaping to the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Hill Ghost. He had been fighting with Blood Dagger and the others since the beginning. Hill Ghost had ruined his plans time and time again. If this person did not have an extremely strong defensive technique, the four of them would not have been able to hold on for so long. If he wanted to kill these four people, Hill Ghost must be the first to be killed. Otherwise, with him in charge of defense, Yang Kai would not be unable to kill the other three, especially with Hill Ghost guarding there. His aura and that of the other three people were one, sealing this part of the world, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use Blink. At this thought, Yang Kai's heart became ruthless. He smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "You are indeed impressive. This young can be considered as an eye-opener today. Boy, don't boast shamelessly." Even though the fire-titled man was shocked by Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he didn't fear him too much since he had the advantage in numbers. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that we won't let you live when we get too excited about killing you. The thunder-titled cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. If we really kill you, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. So just surrender." The wind cultivator. He did not say a word. It seemed that he was a little uneasy after escaping from death just now. Yang Kai sneered again. The fire-titled cultivator scoffed coldly, "Deliberately mystifying things." Yang Kai's smile disappeared. He looked at the fire-titled cultivator coldly and scoffed. "Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is deliberately mystifying things or not." As soon as he finished speaking, His divine sense surged out like a tide as he shouted, "Come out!" As his voice rang out, a small hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It fell from midair and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The 4 people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Yong-kai was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. What the hell is this? The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew and blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the 4 from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. Hey, am I seeing things? The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. "There's a woman." The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this hill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible. The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yong-kai, only to see Yong-kai looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Hua Qingxi sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, "I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy." She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, "Didn't we come out now?" When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Yong-kai chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the 4 of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the 4 of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head." Hua Qingxi snorted. Yong-kai curled his lips and said, "It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes rolled and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, "I'll pick him." "They all like to bully soft persimmons." Yong-kai laughed involuntarily. The fire-titled cultivator was furious upon hearing this. "Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to call me a soft persimmon again, I'll fight you to the death." The wind, thunder, fire, and fire dagger cultivators had equal strength and status, but the fire-titled cultivator was called a soft persimmon by Yong-kai time and time again. He was naturally furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "Among those 3, one focuses on defense and the other 2 focus on speed. I don't want to deal with them, so I'll pick him." "Okay." Yong-kai nodded. The 2 of them spoke one after another and completely ignored the fire-titled cultivator, which made him very angry. "Then you'll deal with the mountain ghost. Is that okay?" Yong-kai looked at the embodiment and asked. The embodiment laughed and said, "That's exactly what I want." The mountain ghost lord's defense was perfect for a powerful but slow existence like the embodiment to deal with. "Let's do it." Yong-kai spoke in a casual tone, as if he had already prepared a meal and placed it on the table. Then he called out to his family, "Let's eat." Hua Qingxi giggled, and her tender body flickered as she jumped down from the embodiment's shoulder and gracefully walked towards the mountain ghost. Halfway there, a ribbon-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in her hand and twirled around her fingers, giving off a halo of light. "Little brother, come and play with me," Hua Qingxi greeted the fire-titled cultivator enthusiastically. The fire-titled cultivator wore a grave expression and glanced at the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator after hearing this. The wind cultivator nodded slightly, and the fire-titled cultivator activated his power. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if his whole body was burning. He said in a stern voice, "I don't care whether you are an illusion or not. Since you dared to look for me, you should be prepared to die. I won't show you any mercy." So fierce. Hua Qingxi covered her red lips with her hand and wore a scared look. She said in a delicate voice, "Don't be so fierce. My heart is beating so fast. Go to hell." The fire-titled cultivator remained unmoved. He swung the blood blade in his hand, and the flames tumbled, turning into a ferocious, roaring fire dragon that pounced toward Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you serious? I'm a woman. I'll fight you to the death." As she spoke, source energy was also poured into the ribbons. They suddenly seemed to come to life and danced in the air, drawing a gorgeous pattern that enveloped the fire-titled cultivator. In an instant, the two of them clashed together. Their moves were ruthless, and the battle was intense. At the same time, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Moreover, the space around them buzzed, and countless small pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. They moved around them like living creatures. The two of them looked at Yang Kai in unison. Yang Kai grinned. "It's best if you two don't move first. It won't be too late for me to make a move after my companions send your companions on their way." The wind cultivator's face darkened. "You want to take our lives with a trifling illusion technique? Don't you think that it's too childish and laughable? An illusion technique? Ha 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 ha." Yang Kai chuckled. He looked like he deserved a beating. When the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator saw this, they wished they could rush forward and give him a good beating. Blood Dagger and the others weren't the only ones who thought this was an illusion. Even Yi Jing Han felt the same way. She had been standing in the distance when she suddenly saw a huge stone golem and a young woman appear. She was stunned for a long while and kept rubbing her eyes, telling herself over and over again that this was an illusion, that this was just an illusion. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any flaws in this illusion technique. It seemed like the giant stone golem and the young woman were real. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the embodiment strode forward and walked toward the mountain ghost. Even though the mountain ghost kept telling himself that this was just an illusion technique, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the embodiment walking toward him. His face turned pale. The enormous body of the avatar gave off a tremendous amount of pressure. In just a few steps, the embodiment arrived in front of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost was sitting cross-legged in the air in front of the embodiment's nose. His small figure and the embodiment's gigantic body created an intense visual conflict. Chapter 2291. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hill Ghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hill Ghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened, and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Helghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Yang Kai smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Helghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, Will you die if you don't act tough? Not to mention that it was just an illusion. Even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths. Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Bloodblade 4 ghosts." Yonkai laughed. "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that?" They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hill Ghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths. The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, "3 breaths is enough." After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hill Ghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hill Ghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and MT Sumeru appeared again. However, this time, MT Sumeru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot! The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom! There was a loud noise, and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the Avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. What? Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. "That's impossible," Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The 2 of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing MT Shumi and being heavily injured, the 2 of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakea's attack, however, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom! A deafening noise sounded for the second time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have MT Shumi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. "Kacha!" A series of crisp sounds rang out, visible to the naked eye. Within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen, like an inverted bowl, vibrated out. However, at this moment, this light screen was like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. Yang Kai felt his body lighten. He grinned at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said, "It seems that the sealing power has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion?" Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost's faces were so gloomy that water could almost drip from them. Their hearts were in a mess. What they saw and heard made them feel conflicted. They really didn't dare to be sure whether this was an illusion or not. Puff! On the other side, the mountain ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura became even more unbearable. His face was as pale as paper. He looked in the direction of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said with difficulty, "Save me!" The Dharmakea grinned and threw a third punch. However, at this moment, the mountain ghost was powerless to defend. Seeing the mountain-like fist coming at him, he only felt cold all over and his hands and feet were numb. The fist hit the mountain ghost directly. In midair, the mountain ghost's body suddenly burst open, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down. His entire aura disappeared in an instant. Look, it's just 3 breaths. After the Dharmakaya finished his attack, he turned around and smiled at Yong-kai. Yong-kai gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. At this moment, they could not care about the spatial cracks lingering around them. They suddenly urged their power, and the law of Earth lingered around them. They broke through the seal of the power of space and fled in 2 directions. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. Yong-kai grinned meaningfully. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. His dragon hand turned into a claw and grabbed at him. Wind Ghost was shocked. He raised the blood saber in his hand and slashed at Yong-kai with all his might. Wind whistled above the saber, as if it contained great power. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yong-kai's eyes as he grabbed the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. What kind of joke is this? Wind Ghost's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked to find that his opponent had taken his blow with just his physical strength. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Wind Ghost's blood saber was a Tao Source grade artifact. At this moment, even the Emperor Realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, his opponent had done it. Just as he was in a daze, Yong-kai's other hand directly pressed against his chest. Violent source chi poured out and poured into Wind Ghost's body. With a cry, Wind Ghost flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The light on his body instantly dimmed. Yong-kai followed closely behind. His hands moved rapidly as he poked Wind Ghost a few times, directly suppressing his cultivation. Although Wind Ghost's face was ashen and shocked, he still glared at Yong-kai coldly and shouted, "Kill me if you want! Your situation will be reported to Blood Dagger's headquarters. Next time, there will be more powerful people coming for you. If I kill all of you, who will leak my situation?" Yong-kai sneered. Wind Ghost said, "Thunder Ghost's escape technique is unparalleled. You won't be able to catch him. Are you still dreaming?" Yong-kai smiled sarcastically. Wind Ghost. At this moment, a dejected call came from not far away. Wind Ghost was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Thunder Ghost standing in midair with his head hung low. His body was surrounded by pitch-black moon blades, which were humming and ready to attack. Wind Ghost did not dare to make the slightest move. "How did you?" Wind Ghost looked at Thunder Ghost in disbelief. He did not expect the other party to not escape. "We lost." Thunder Ghost sighed. He looked at Yong-kai with a complicated gaze and said, "We underestimated this person. We are not his opponent. So that's how it is." Wind Ghost smiled miserably. "I'll take my leave first." Thunder Ghost suddenly said in a deep voice. Immediately, he formed a seal with his hands. The source chi in his body suddenly became chaotic and his body expanded. Yong-kai's face changed drastically and he shouted, "You dare!" Thunder Ghost sneered. "This king is not your opponent, but I still have the right to choose how to die." As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded. Not even his bones were left behind. Thunder Ghost chose to self-detonate after being trapped. His determination and decisiveness were beyond anyone's expectations. Yong-kai could not stop him in time. The self-detonation of a third-order Tao Source Realm powerhouse was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. A black hole appeared in the void from the explosion. The space became unstable, and turbulent air currents flowed in all directions. Even though Yong-kai was not close to it, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. Wind Ghost, whose cultivation had been crippled, let out a muffled groan. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Yi Jinghan was also sent flying by the aftershocks of the self-detonation. She kept urging her source chi to resist the aftershocks. Her face was pale. After a while, The aftershocks gradually subsided. Yang Kai arrived in front of Wind Ghost in a flash. He found that Wind Ghost was no longer breathing. He was dead. Damn it! Yang Kai couldn't help but curse. He raised his head and looked at Hua Qingxi. He shouted, "Sister Hua, leave him alive!" Yang Kai had no idea what kind of organization Blood Dagger was, or why they had come to look for him. If he could capture one or two of them alive and interrogate them, he might be able to get some information. Yang Kai had not killed Wind Ghost directly, but had instead crippled his cultivation. He had not expected that he would be killed by the aftershocks of Wind Ghost or Thunder Ghost self-detonation. Mountain Ghost had already been killed by the embodiment, and only Fire Ghost was left alive. Yang Kai naturally didn't want Fire Ghost to die. However, when he shouted out those words, he was stunned on the spot. Hua Qingxi, who was surrounded by ribbons, turned her head and looked at him with a bitter smile. She said, "I'm afraid that this will be quite difficult." Not far in front of her, Fire Ghost laughed miserably. His blood dagger had already been stabbed into his heart, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Although he looked pained, he still laughed wildly. Once the blood dagger attacks, it won't stop until it's dead. Ha ha ha! Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had committed suicide. He probably saw that the other 3 people had already died and felt that there was no hope for him to escape. So, he directly stabbed his blood dagger into his heart. With such a fatal injury, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to live for long, let alone Fire Ghost, who was only in the 3rd order Tao Source realm. If he was left alone, it would only take a short while for him to die. Yang Kai's face was ashen. After several changes of expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to die without my permission? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Fire Ghost. He patted him with one hand and sealed his power so that he would not choose to self-detonate like Thunder Ghost. If that happened, there would be no way to save him. What are you doing?" Although Fire Ghost had already heard the call of death, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Yang Kai's ferocious appearance. Yang Kai sneered, "What am I doing? Of course I'm saving you. You don't need to thank me." Chapter 2292. Save me. The fire-titled cultivator's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster, widened in shock. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar and his body flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. The wasteland reeked of blood and was filled with the remains of a great battle. There were also many severed limbs and pieces of flesh. It was a miserable sight. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan flew back with a pale face. She looked around, but she couldn't find Yang Kai. So she asked Hua Qingxi anxiously, "Elder sister, where did young Master Yang go?" Hua Qingxi exchanged a glance with the embodiment. Then her body flickered and she appeared behind Yi Jinghan. She stretched out her hand and chopped at the back of Yi Jinghan's neck. Yi Jinghan had never expected that Hua Qingxi would attack her. After all, in her opinion, Hua Qingxi was in cahoots with Yang Kai, so she hadn't been on guard at all. As soon as Hua Qingxi's palm chopped down, she fell limply to the ground. "Did you kill her?" The embodiment was startled. "How is that possible?" Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him and curled her lips. "I just knocked her unconscious." She paused for a moment, then looked at the embodiment suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" While she was speaking, she noticed that the embodiment had walked over to the dead wind demon and picked up his corpse. The embodiment grinned and said, "What else can I do? This is a great tonic. TSK, SK, this is the 3rd order Tao Source realm." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale. She seemed to have recalled something, and she cried out in alarm, "Are you going to use that evil cultivation technique to devour his flesh and blood essence again?" The embodiment replied, "I'm just making use of trash." "How disgusting! Don't try it in front of me. Otherwise, I'll break off all relations with you," Hua Qingxi said in disdain. At this moment, Yang Kai's body flickered, and he reappeared in the wasteland. He waved at the embodiment and Hua Qingxi and said, "Come back." After he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan, who had fainted on the ground, and he seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "It's good that she's unconscious." He waved his hand and sucked Yi Jinghan into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he opened the entrance to the sealed world bead, allowing Hua Qingxi and her Dharmakaya to enter. Inside the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai and his embodiment reappeared. At this moment, the fire ghost's aura was weak and his vitality was dim. It seemed as if he would die soon. The blood-red saber in his chest was still standing upright, and blood was flowing out from the wound. He laughed mockingly. "I have already suffered a fatal injury. In this world, other than a few kinds of healing panaceas that only exist in legends, no one can save me. I advise you not to waste your time. Cough, cough." He coughed as he spoke, his mouth and nostrils filled with blood. Yang Kai snorted. "It's probably impossible for you to recover, but it's definitely not a problem to keep you alive." He went straight to the fire ghost. He stretched out his hand and opened the fire ghost's mouth. Then he took out a large number of healing spirit pills and poured them into his mouth. The fire-titled cultivator was stubborn and still refused to compromise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle-drum. But now that his cultivation had been sealed, how could he defy Yang Kai? After struggling for a while, he had no choice but to swallow these spirit pills. His gaze was filled with resentment and ridicule. He obviously felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep him alive. He could clearly feel his vitality fading away, and although the feeling of his life slowly leaving his body was chilling, it was still better than falling into the hands of his enemy and suffering torment. Under his gaze, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of him, made a hand seal, and pressed his palm toward his chest. When the palm pressed on the blood saber, it directly shook the blood saber out of his chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The fire ghost could not help but groan, and his body shook violently. He only felt that he was about to die. However, in the next moment, the fire ghost's expression changed. This was because he sensed a rich and pure vitality pouring into his body from the outside world, allowing him, who was on the verge of death, to slowly return from the gates of hell. The wound on his chest became numb and no longer bled. His vitality that was fading away was also greatly replenished at this moment. The fire ghost widened his eyes and looked around. He saw a lush tree that was not taller than half a person in the medicinal garden next to him. It was emitting a dark green aura, which was visible to the naked eye. It was being guided by Yang Kai's secret technique into his body. What's this? Even though the fire ghost knew that he was going to die sooner or later, he was still so shocked that his whole body was trembling. This was because he felt an unimaginable vitality from the small tree. It was the green aura emitted by the small tree that acted on his body and prevented him from dying immediately. He was instantly stunned and realized that this small tree must be very famous. The immortal tree. I don't know if you've heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned at him, but his smile was full of evil. The immortal tree. The fire ghost's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and shouted, "You're talking nonsense! The immortal tree is born from heaven and earth and has the effect of reviving the dead. It is said that if the immortal tree is refined, one can obtain an immortal and indestructible body. How could you have such a divine object? You know quite a lot," Yang Kai chuckled. "This is the immortal tree? Who are you trying to fool?" The fire ghost disdainfully said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Yang Kai glanced at him and said with an evil grin, "You even have the strength to quarrel with me. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you won't die any time soon." As soon as these words came out, the fire ghost was immediately silenced, and his expression changed endlessly. He was shocked to find that just the green aura emitted by the small tree was enough to make his injuries show signs of improvement. He was no longer bleeding and was far away from the misfortune of death. If he could swallow the leaves on the small tree, wouldn't it mean that he would immediately be full of energy and recover from his injuries? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, the fire ghost was completely shocked and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he didn't want to believe it, from his own experience, this small tree might really be the legendary immortal tree. Gulp. The fire ghost couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes suddenly became fiery as he stared at the immortal tree. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and said to the embodiment, "I'll leave this person to you. You must ask him something." "Don't worry. He will talk." The embodiment laughed evilly, and his voice entered the fire ghost's ears, making his hair stand on end. However, when he turned his head to take a look, he discovered that Yang Kai had already disappeared. Only the giant stone man was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he was holding a corpse in his hand. Wind Ghost. The fire ghost looked mournfully at the wind ghost's corpse, and a sad feeling welled up in his heart. After a short while, he looked coldly at the embodiment and said, "I don't care what kind of ghost you are. You won't get any information from me. You have a backbone." The embodiment praised him. "I like people with a backbone. You can set your mind at ease. I won't make things difficult for you." The fire ghost sneered. It was obvious that he didn't believe the embodiment's words easily. However, to his surprise, the embodiment didn't pay any attention to him. He also didn't seem to have any intention of torturing him. Instead, he placed the wind ghost's corpse in front of him. Then he folded his hands and wrapped the corpse in his palms. "What are you going to do to the wind ghost?" The fire ghost's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a stern voice, "What am I going to do?" "Ha ha." The embodiment laughed strangely. The veins on the fire ghost's forehead throbbed, and he was inexplicably upset. The embodiment's perfunctory attitude of not answering the question and asking the question was really infuriating. Just as the fire ghost was getting anxious, the embodiment's expression turned solemn, and he shouted, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics!" The fire ghost's eyes widened in an instant, and his 2 rows of teeth clattered together violently, making a clattering sound. He said in horror, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics!" The fire ghost didn't have a backbone like he had said before. In other words, what he had seen was beyond his psychological bottom line. He could stab the blood knife into his own heart without hesitation and die to prove his resolve. However, when he saw the Dharmakaya use the heaven-devouring battle law on the wind demon's corpse with his own eyes, the line of defense in his heart instantly collapsed. No one was willing to have their flesh and blood devoured while they were still alive. This kind of death was a little too miserable. Therefore, he quickly revealed everything he knew. The 4 of them were the cultivators of the blood knife, and they had received orders from their superiors to capture Yang Kai alive and return to their headquarters. As for the reason, the fire ghost couldn't explain it. They were just following orders. The hierarchy of the blood knife was very strict, and one couldn't get in touch with its secrets unless one reached a certain level. They didn't even know who had issued the order. They just received a missions instruction at a specific place and time. Through this inquiry, Yang Kai also learned that the blood knife size was beyond his imagination. The blood knife's members were diverse, and they were scattered in various big sects in the territory of the blood knife. Usually they wouldn't leave any trace behind, and they would only go out to carry out missions when they received a mission. Once the mission was over, they would disappear without a trace, and no one would be able to trace them. When the embodiment asked where the headquarters of the blood knife was in the southern territory of the blood knife, the fire ghost sea of consciousness suddenly exploded before he could answer, and he died. He seemed to have been put under a restriction by some expert. Once the real secrets of the blood knife were involved, this restriction would be activated to prevent the information from leaking out. After receiving this information from the embodiment, Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Although it was his first time coming into contact with the blood knife, judging from the strength and performance of the four ghosts, the blood knife was not to be trifled with. Now he was being targeted by the blood knife, but he didn't even know the reason, let alone the information of the enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he always felt like there was a fishbone in his throat. The blood knife would not rest until they were dead. Now that the mission had failed, the blood knife would definitely not let it go, and there would definitely be more powerful enemies coming to find him. He could get rid of the four ghosts of wind, thunder, fire, and fire, but what about next time? What if the blood knife mobilized the experts of the Emperor realm? For a moment, Yang Kai was very worried. Chapter 2293. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Jinghan sitting on the wooden boat with a frown on her face and a blank look on her face. It seemed like she still didn't understand what was going on, but soon she recalled what had happened before she fainted and stood up abruptly, calling out, "Young Master Yang! You're awake." Yang Kai cast a glance at her and said calmly, "Don't move around. Check your body and see if you have any serious injuries." Yi Jinghan nodded and closed her eyes to examine her body. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "I'm fine." She had just been knocked unconscious by Hua Qingxi. Even though she had been hit by Thunder Ghost's explosion, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her qi and blood were just a little unstable, and she would recover after taking some pills. "Yang Kai, where are the big sister and the big stone golem?" Hua Qingxi looked around, but didn't find any trace of Hua Qingxi or the embodiment. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yang Kai asked, "What big sister and the stone golem?" "It's that." Yi Jinghan was about to describe them, but she suddenly furrowed her brows and said with a strange expression, "Could it be that it was really an illusion?" At this moment, she recalled the scene when Hua Qingxi and the embodiment had appeared, and she couldn't help but feel that everything was so unreal. She suddenly suspected that she had fallen into an illusion, and that the young woman and the stone golem weren't real. "I used an eye technique to deal with the four ghosts, so you must have been hallucinating," Yang Kai replied. "I see." Yi Jinghan exhaled and laughed at herself. "Young Master Yang's divine technique is really great. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't help you at all." "It's nothing. The four ghosts of Bloodsaber aren't easy to deal with. If you had really interfered, you would have already died." Yi Jinghan broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. She realized once again the huge gap between her and Yang Kai. The Bloodsaber's four ghosts were third-order Dao Source Realm Masters, and the four of them had joined forces to execute a joint attack. They could even fight the Emperor Realm, but they were completely annihilated by Yang Kai. Such a battle record was enough to be proud of, even though they were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Yi Jinghan discovered that the gap between her and Yang Kai was like the difference between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but feel depressed and yearn for the day when she could possess Yang Kai's strength. She smiled bitterly and touched the back of her neck, only to find that there was a slight pain there. She was stunned. He recalled the scene of the young woman knocking him unconscious. Yi Jinghan was extremely hesitant. She didn't know whether what she had just seen was an illusion or reality. Nothing was said along the way. Yi Jinghan seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai wasn't in a good mood after his encounter with the four ghosts, so she didn't bother him and just pointed him in the right direction. When she had some free time, she would meditate and rest on the wooden boat. After more than 10 days, the two of them finally saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Only then did Yi Jinghan get up from the wooden boat. She pointed excitedly at the mountain range in front of them and said, "Young Master Yang, this is the 1,000-leaf mountain range. Our 1,000-leaf sect is located in this mountain range. It will take us less than half a day to reach it." Yang Kai replied casually. Yi Jinghan smiled and said, I will send a message to my father so that he won't worry. She had spent several months on this trip and was always worried about her family when she was alone. Now that she had returned safely, the first thing she wanted to do was to report her safety. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her and just sat at the front of the boat and observed their surroundings. Yi Jinghan took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a short while, the artifact buzzed and seemed to have received an answer. After Yi Jinghan checked it, she furrowed her brows, and an unhappy look appeared on her face. Yang Kai noticed a change in her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Jinghan pouted and said, "My father unexpectedly asked me to represent our Thousand Leaves sect and attend Sky Crane City's City Lord's wedding ceremony. He's really infuriating." She complained, "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told him that I had returned. It would have saved me a lot of trouble." "It seems like you don't want to go." Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Yi Jinghan snorted coldly and said, "I don't want to get involved in the affairs of a person who has forgotten his master. It's fine if he takes her as his concubine. But my father also doesn't want to give him face and send someone to attend such a troublesome ceremony." Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked, "Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a grudge with Sky Crane City's City Lord?" Yi Jinghan wore a cold look. That guy is an ungrateful person. He was able to become the city Lord all those years ago because of our Thousand Leaves sect support. Now that he's grown strong and has found another backer, he doesn't take us seriously. He even squeezed out our Thousand Leaves sect's many properties in Sky Crane City. He's really a vile person. Yang Kai wasn't interested in this matter, so he didn't reply after asking a casual question. Yi Jinghan seemed to have realized that she had misspoken, so she stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Yang. I misspoke. It doesn't matter. There are always some stingy people in this world who make people angry." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. I will inform my father and take you back to the sect to settle down," Yi Jinghan said before she poured her divine sense into the communication artifact. "There's no need for that," Yang Kai grinned. "I'll go with you. It'll save me a lot of trouble, and I'll just take it as a walk to relieve my boredom." Yi Jinghan was delighted to hear this, and she said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. Please forgive me if I neglected you." "It's fine." After they spoke, the two of them turned around and headed toward Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City was located 3,000 kilometers away from the foot of Thousand Leaf Mountain, and even though it wasn't a big city, it was still much better than Maplewood City and could be considered a medium-sized city. According to Yi Jinghan, there were a dozen or so Tao Source Realm Masters in Sky Crane City's City Lord's Mansion, and the City Lord Luo Jin had a powerful cultivation in the Third Order Tao Source realm, which was comparable to some of the nearby medium-sized sect masters. It was because of this that he was able to secure his position as Sky Crane City's City Lord. When Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan arrived at the city gate, they saw that it was bustling with activity. Many carriages were loaded with goods and were waiting to enter the city. The carriages were filled with precious treasures, and Yang Kai even smelled some pills and spirit herbs. Judging from the joyous decorations on the carriages, it was obvious that the goods in the carriages were gifts prepared by the nearby sects. Sky Crane City was considered an outstanding sect in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, and now that the city lord was taking a concubine, the various sects would naturally come to congratulate him. The guards at the city gate also seemed to be in high spirits, and they all wore smiles as they inspected the goods and let them pass. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan didn't rush into the city, but instead stood 1,000 meters away from the city and waited quietly. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would be arriving soon. It was a coincidence that Yi Jinghan had been assigned this task. If she hadn't rushed back today, she wouldn't have been assigned this task by Yi Hen, which annoyed her so much. In any case, she was the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so it would be acceptable for her to lead the team to congratulate him. After waiting for a while, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed in a certain direction. "They're here!" Yang Kai raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards them from the horizon. When the ray of light approached them, it revealed its true form. It was an artifact in the shape of a ship with several well-dressed cultivators standing on it. One of them was leaning against the ship's railing and looking around, and when he saw Yi Jinghan, he couldn't help but grin and wave at her intimately. Yi Jinghan responded, and after a short while, the ship landed on the ground. The man who had greeted Yi Jinghan flew down and waited for the others to disembark before he made a hand seal and put the ship away. "Yi, Z, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to Maplewood City to look for you." The man came up to Yi Jinghan and looked at her affectionately with bright eyes, completely ignoring Yang Kai's existence. "Brother, Du Xian." Yi Jinghan's cheeks flushed from his passionate gaze, and she lowered her head bashfully. When Yang Kai saw this, he knew that there was something going on between this man and woman, and he couldn't help but smile. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Du Xian and grinned. "Senior sister, you don't know this, but ever since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest brother hasn't been able to eat or drink. He's not even in the mood to cultivate, and he's been scolded by our master several times." "Shut up." Du Xian glared at the man, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "How can you be like this? You still have to cultivate." Du Xian looked at Yi Jinghan affectionately and said softly, "I've been cultivating, but I can't calm my mind, and I'm always thinking about someone." "Who are you thinking about?" Yi Jinghan's delicate body trembled, and the blush on her cheeks became even more obvious. "I'm thinking about you." That sneaky man interrupted again and said, "Senior Marshal sister, Junior Marshal brother misses you too. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night." As he spoke, he put on a pained expression and tossed and turned in bed, causing the other 1,000 Leaves sect disciples to snicker. "Wizard Ma, get out of my way." Du Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the disciple called Wu Ma on the head. Wu Ma's neck shrank, and he shouted indignantly, "Only the magistrate is allowed to set the fire, but the common people are not allowed to light the lanterns. Is there still any justice in law? Yi Shiji, you have to give me justice." Yi Jinghan spat. "Serves you right. Who told you to keep chattering? Big brother should give you a good beating." A dejected look appeared on Wizard Ma's face. Yang Kai looked on coldly from the side and felt that the disciples of 1,000 Leaves sect were quite interesting. They seemed to be quite close to each other, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, the smaller the sect, the stronger the cohesiveness of the sect's disciples would be when they encountered a crisis. However, once the sect grew larger, all kinds of deception and deceit would slowly breed. Du Xian seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "I'm Du Xian from 1,000 Leaves sect. May I know your name, brother?" Chapter 2294. Du Xian wore an odd expression when he asked this question. He didn't know why a stranger like Yang Kai was with Yi Jinghan, but he didn't show any hostility towards him. The other 1,000 Leaves sect disciples did the same, all of them curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "I am Yang Kai." "Nice to meet you, Brother Du," Yi Jinghan continued. "Young Master Yang is an honored guest invited by me. He was going back to the sect to meet with my father to discuss some important matters, but he was assigned a mission by my father to come to Sky Crane City on his way back. So he had no choice but to come here first. Elder brothers and junior brothers, please don't neglect him." Her tone was serious, as if Yang Kai was some kind of master. Du Xian and the wizard looked at each other and became more confused. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that Yang Kai was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and he wasn't wearing luxurious clothes. It was obvious that he wasn't a disciple from a great force. Why does Yi Jinghan value such a person so much? Although they had doubts in their hearts, the two of them didn't ask much and just nodded slightly. Since you're here, let's enter the city first. That old thing's concubine marriage ceremony is tomorrow, right? Yi Jinghan asked as she looked at Du Xian. She didn't have any intention of explaining this matter to her brother. After all, she had asked Yang Kai to go back and repair the World Crossing space array. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. She hadn't even had the time to report this matter to Yi Hen. Only then did Du Xian withdraw his attention from Yang Kai. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Yi Zi, be careful with your words." As he spoke, he glanced around. The crowd was now 1,000 feet away from the city gate, and he didn't want to let Sky Crane City's people hear him. He was afraid that it would be another round of trouble. Yi Jinghan curled her lips. I'm already being polite by calling him an old bastard. He's already half buried, yet he still dares to imitate others and take in concubines. I don't know which little girl was fooled by him. Wizard Ma smiled bitterly and said he might not have been deceived. Maybe he had no choice. All these years, this master of the city, Lord, has frequently taken in concubines, but he hasn't had any children. I don't know if his body can take it. Retribution. Yi Jinghan's face was filled with satisfaction. Du Xian rubbed his forehead and said, all right, let's talk less. This time, we're here to congratulate you, not to cause trouble. Before we left, Master said that we mustn't cause any trouble in Sky Crane City this time because the people from the surrounding great powers will be here. Yi Jinghan pouted and didn't say anything, while wearing an unhappy expression. Du Xian smiled at Yang Kai and said, I've let Brother Yang laugh at me. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Pack up and enter the city. Du Xian yelled at the others. Only then did everyone tidy up their clothes and walk towards the city gate under his lead. The 1,000 Leaves sect's congratulatory gifts were all stored in their space rings. Naturally, there wasn't much to tidy up. Only those who were eager to curry favor with Luo Jin would use their carriages to carry their congratulatory gifts. This way, others would be able to see clearly what kind of precious gift they had brought. Not only would it satisfy the city, Lord's mansion, but it would also bring glory to them. There were many people at the city gate. The 1,000 Leaves sect's members didn't show any intention of cutting the queue. They just quietly lined up and waited to enter the city. During this time, Yi Jinghan kept apologizing to Yang Kai, as she was afraid that she would offend him. Others didn't know about Yang Kai's methods, but Yi Jinghan was well aware of them. The Bloodsaber's 4 demons had been completely annihilated by Yang Kai 10 days ago, and the scene from that day was still vivid in her mind. If Yang Kai didn't want to line up and force his way into the city, the guards at the city gate wouldn't be able to stop him, but it would definitely bring disaster to 1,000 Leaves sect. Fortunately, Yang Kai seemed to be very relaxed and didn't show any signs of irritation. The expressions of Du Xian and the wizard Ma became more and more suspicious. They couldn't understand why Yi Jinghan was treating Yang Kai so cautiously. Her cautious attitude made it seem as if she was interacting with a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The queue moved forward quickly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it was the 1,000 Leaves sect's turn. When the cultivator at the city gate, who was in charge of inspecting goods and people, saw Yi Jinghan, he grinned and cupped his fists. So it's 1,000 Leaves sect's young lady Yi. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. This person's appearance was nothing special. He looked extremely ordinary and was about 40 years old. The clothes on his body were extremely festive. There was a smile on his face, but that smile gave people a feeling that it was extremely fake. He wasn't weak and was comparable to the First Order Tao Source realm. It seemed like he held an important position in Sky Crane City. Usually, such a powerhouse wouldn't be in charge of guarding the city gate, but today was different. The cultivator from the surrounding great forces had arrived in Sky Crane City ahead of time to congratulate them. So Sky Crane City naturally had to send a competent cultivator to wait for them. This person was such an existence. Judging from his tone, it was obvious that he knew Yi Jinghan. This wasn't strange, as according to Yi Jinghan, Sky Crane City's city lord had only been able to secure his position because of Thousand Leaves Sect's secret support. Sky Crane City's people must have had many interactions with Thousand Leaves Sect in the past, and as the daughter of Thousand Leaves Sect master, Yi Jinghan was no stranger to them. Yi Jinghan's face was as cold as ice, and she replied calmly, "Elder Siming, you don't need to be so courteous." The middle-aged man called Siming smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding, young Lady Yi. It's Sky Crane City's honor to have young Lady Yi here at the City Lord's wedding ceremony. The City Lord's master will surely be happy to hear about it. Please, young Lady Yi." As he spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He didn't seem like he was trying to make things difficult for Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan didn't need to be courteous with him and just walked into the city. Just as Du Xian and the others behind Yi Jinghan were about to enter the city, Siming waved his hand and blocked Du Xian's path. He shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to force your way into the city?" Du Xian furrowed his brows upon hearing this, and Yi Jinghan, who was walking in front of him, also stopped and turned around to look at them. Siming shouted, "You're quite daring. How dare you try to enter the city without my permission? It's obvious that you don't put Sky Crane City in your eyes." A displeased look appeared on Du Xian's face, and he said in a deep voice, "Elder Siming, are you blind because of your age? Can't you see that we're here with the young sect master? Brat, how dare you scold me?" Siming was infuriated, and he snorted, "Do you believe that I won't take you down right now?" Du Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Elder Siming, what do you mean by this?" Siming snorted and said, "What do you think I mean?" Du Xian took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart before he said, "We're here to congratulate City Lord Luo on the orders of our master. Why do you stop us in front of the city gate and make us a laughingstock? Have you also come here to congratulate him?" Siming seemed to be startled, and he sized up Du Xian before he curled his lips and said, "You're dressed so shabbily. Which sect do you belong to?" "You old fool, don't be so shameless." The wizard flew into a rage upon hearing this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they had come here with Yi Jinghan and were obviously Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples. However, Siming still acted as if he didn't know them. Not only did he stop Du Xian and the others, he even mocked them in a roundabout manner. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate Thousand Leaves Sect. When the cultivator who was waiting in line to enter the city saw this scene, they understood what was going on and started whispering among themselves. When the discussions reached the ears of the Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples, their faces turned ashen and ugly expressions appeared on their faces. They had only come here to congratulate Luo Feng on orders, yet they had suffered such humiliation at the city gate. No one would be able to swallow this humiliation. The source chi of the Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples surged as if they were about to start a fight. Siming immediately jumped back and said vigilantly, "What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? This is Sky Crane City, not your desolate wilderness. Where did these country bumpkins come from? How dare you act so presumptuously here?" Siming shouted and acted as if he was serious, causing the cultivator behind him to snicker in a low voice. They all understood that this old fool was just pretending to be crazy in order to humiliate Thousand Leaves Sect in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Thousand Leaves Sect was powerless to retaliate. "Elder Siming." Yi Jinghan looked at him coldly and said, "Elder Siming can't be so forgetful, right? You can't even recognize our Thousand Leaves Sect symbol? Do you want my father to come here and explain it to you personally?" When Siming heard this, a stunned look appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Jinghan and said, "Young Miss Yi, do you mean?" He turned his head to look at Du Xian and the others, and when he saw the 1,000-leaves sect symbol on their clothes, he slapped his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Oh, young missy, please forgive me." This king didn't realize that these people were actually 1,000-leaves sect geniuses. Judging from their behavior, this king assumed that they were from that bumpkin, asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk. He put on an act as if he had just woken up from a dream and apologized to Yi Jinghan for a long time. It was as if he had really just discovered that Du Xian and the others were 1,000-leaves sect disciples. Humph. Yi Jinghan was infuriated and her pretty face flushed red, but she couldn't vent her anger. She was so depressed that she felt like vomiting blood. "Since you're all 1,000-leaves sect geniuses, you can enter the city after registering." This king was negligent, so please don't take offense. Si Ming wore a brilliant smile and cupped his fists towards Du Xian and the others. "Register? Register what?" Yi Jinghan was startled by his words. Si Ming said with a smile, "Names, sect affiliation, and some other simple things. Young Lady Yi should also know that tomorrow is the city Lord's wedding ceremony. It's a very important matter, so in the next few days, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter the city. As long as someone enters the city, they must register for inspection purposes." Yi Jinghan said coldly, "Why didn't I see any of those people registering?" Si Ming said with a smile, "Young Miss Yi, this king recognizes all of them and knows their origins, so there's no need to register." "Are you saying that you don't recognize my 1,000-leaves sect people?" Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth and anger appeared on her pretty face. Si Ming had repeatedly made things difficult for 1,000-leaves sect, which infuriated her. She didn't want to come to Sky Crane City to participate in the concubine ceremony, but now she felt even more repulsed by it. What infuriated her even more was that Si Ming was deliberately humiliating 1,000-leaves sect in front of so many people. Chapter 2295. Young Missy, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders. Si Ming wore a smile on his face and spoke in an official tone. If I enter the city without registering and the city lord's master learns of this, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Yi Jinghan couldn't bear it any longer and she laughed out of anger. Sky Crane City, I'll remember this. It's fine if we don't enter the city. Brother, let's go. Upon hearing her words, Si Ming didn't show any signs of fear, and he even laughed even more heartily. Yi Jinghan turned around, and it seemed like she really wanted to leave this place. However, Du Xian grabbed her arm and slowly shook his head at her, indicating that she should not be impatient. Luo Jin's marriage ceremony was just a ceremony, but there are guests from all over the world, and almost all the forces in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers were involved. If 1,000-leaves sect really left, they might get involved in some disputes and give Sky Crane City an excuse to fall out with 1,000-leaves sect. If this wasn't the case, Yi Hen wouldn't have warned Du Xian and the others to endure the humiliation before leaving. Du Xian was more mature and prudent, so when he saw Si Ming laughing so heartily, he immediately realized that there was something fishy going on. Si Ming probably wanted 1,000-leaves sect to return home and break off all relations between Sky Crane City and 1,000-leaves sect. When Du Xian realized this, how could he allow Si Ming to do as he wished? He grabbed Yi Jinghan's arm and whispered a few words to her. Yi Jinghan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. She remained silent for a while before she nodded bitterly. Du Xian smiled and cupped his fists. "Elder Si Ming, we just need to register, right?" Si Ming furrowed his brows and replied, "That's right." "That's simple." Du Xian nodded. He walked to the side. He then wrote down his name and the sect he belonged to on the scarlet registration book. With him taking the lead, the other 1,000-leaves sect's disciples also stepped forward one after another, even though they were annoyed. However, a scene that made the 1,000-leaves sect's disciples even more infuriated appeared. The names and sects written on the registration book were all unpresentable families and sects. Any sect with a little bit of power wouldn't be asked to register, and Thousand Leaves sect was the first one to do so. In other words, the level of Thousand Leaves sect had been leveled by seeming to the same level as those small families and forces. Despite the anger in their hearts, the Thousand Leaves sect members still endured. Not long after, the few of them finished registering. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes flickered and she glanced at him worriedly, only to see that Yang Kai had also walked up to the table and started writing down his name. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't cooperate and would leave in a huff. "Wait a minute," Siming suddenly shouted. He stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe as he asked, "Friend, you don't look familiar. Are you also from the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai grinned and said yes. Siming snorted coldly. "Friend, you should think carefully before you answer. Sky Crane City is now heavily guarded. If this friend wishes to use Thousand Leaves sect's name to infiltrate the city, then I will. This king will have to have a good chat with you." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked with a faint smile, "Elder Siming, why are you so sure that I'm not from the Thousand Leaves sect? Could it be that you know everyone from the Thousand Leaves sect?" Siming replied, "Although I don't dare to say that I know everyone, I've seen most of them, especially those with your cultivation." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Elder Siming's words are quite puzzling. Since you know most of the people with my cultivation, why didn't you recognize Brother Du Xian earlier? Brother Du is our sect's eldest brother, so there's no reason for me to not recognize him." Du Xian sneered coldly and said, "I'm also quite curious. Although I haven't spoken to Elder Siming before, I've seen him at least twice. So why did Elder Siming pretend that you didn't recognize him just now?" Siming coughed lightly and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. He then said, "I didn't see him clearly just now. It seems like Elder Siming has an eye disease. You should go and treat it. Otherwise, you won't have long to live." Du Xian's words were filled with sarcasm. Siming's expression changed slightly and he asked, "But your Excellency's clothes don't have the insignia of a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. How do you explain this?" "The city lord is taking a concubine, so I changed into a new set of clothes to show my sincerity. I haven't even had the time to embroider the insignia on them yet." Yang Kai grinned and made up an excuse. "This explanation, I'm afraid it won't satisfy you," Siming sneered. "Siming, what do you mean by this?" Yi Jinghan became anxious when she saw that Siming wouldn't let Yang Kai go. She had invited Yang Kai to repair the World Crossing Space Array, and this matter was related to the rise of the Thousand Leaves sect. So how could she not pay attention to it? Moreover, Yang Kai was a powerful individual, so if he was provoked, the city's gate would surely be flooded with blood. Therefore, when Yi Jinghan noticed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, she immediately stood up and glared at Siming angrily. "You've repeatedly made things difficult for us. Do you really think that our Thousand Leaves sect is easy to bully? This queen and the others came here to congratulate Luo Jin. Yet you stopped us here and made things difficult for us time and time again. If we leave now, no one will say anything bad about my Thousand Leaves sect, and it will be your Sky Crane City that has neglected its guests." Siming furrowed his brows. He didn't know why Yi Jinghan was so angry. She didn't seem so irritable when he was making things difficult for Du Xian and the others. But now, she had directly called out his name and that of the city lord's master without showing any respect. It was obvious that she had run out of patience. When he thought of this, Siming smiled embarrassedly and said, "Young Miss Yi, please calm down. I'm just being careful. I just want to have a chat with this friend. Either you let us go or we leave. I'll give you 3 breaths' time. Make your choice." Yi Jinghan's face was ashen as she stared coldly at Siming. Siming's expression changed slightly. even though he also hoped that the Thousand Leaves sex group would leave so that Sky Crane City could find an excuse to sever ties with the Thousand Leaves sect and annex many of their properties. He still felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that if he shed all pretense of cordiality here, he would be in grave danger. This feeling made his heart jump for a while. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out that it was Yi-Er. It was at this moment that a person's voice rang out from nearby. Along with this voice, a streak of light flew over and disappeared, revealing 3 people. 2 of them were old men, while the last one was a young man. The 2 old men had a cultivation in the Third Order Tao Source realm. They had high cheekbones, restrained eyes, and dignified expressions. It was obvious at a glance that their cultivations were profound. As for the young man, he was about 30 years old and had a cultivation in the First Order Tao Source realm. He had rosy lips and white teeth, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand, which he gently waved in the wind. Qiu Yu. When Du Xian saw this person, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that this person had a great background, and the tone in which he addressed Yi Jinghan made him feel even more displeased. Qiu Yu's expression turned cold as he looked at Du Xian and said, "This young master's name isn't something you can casually address. Slap him." As soon as he said this, all the cultivators outside the city opened their mouths wide in shock. Du Xian was a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, but he was going to be slapped just because he called this person's name. If he was really punished like this in front of so many people, even if Du Xian's martial Tao heart didn't crumble, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. When they heard this, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples changed drastically. All of them circulated their source qi as if they were facing a great enemy. While everyone was still in shock, Qiu Yu laughed heartily and said, "I was just joking. Brother Du, don't be so nervous." Du Xian's expression changed drastically in an instant. His heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this person was accompanied by 2 masters from the Third Order Tao Source Realm. If he really acted impulsively here, it would be the Thousand Leaves sect that would suffer. Qiu Yu didn't pay any more attention to Du Xian. Instead, he looked at Yi Jinghan with a burning gaze and said politely, "Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. You seem even more elegant than before." His current demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous arrogant and despotic attitude, causing everyone to be flabbergasted. Was he still the same person? "You're still as hateful as before," Yi Jinghan sneered. As soon as she said this, the eyes of the 2 old men beside Qiu Yu suddenly lit up. 2 powerful waves of pressure enveloped Yi Jinghan, causing her to let out a muffled groan and her face to turn pale. "2 elders, stop!" Qiu Yu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. Only then did the 2 old men beside him retract their oppressive might. "You 2 old fogies, how dare you do this?" Qiu Yu turned his head and reprimanded the 2 old men. "What if you hurt Yi? If you dare to act recklessly without my permission, you won't have to follow me anymore." "Young master, please forgive us." The 2 old men didn't get angry after being reprimanded, and they just lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. This caused everyone to be amazed. "Yi, are you all right?" Qiu Yu looked at Yi Jinghan with concern. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Keep your old dogs in check. Don't let them bite people." Qiu Yu smiled faintly and closed the folding fan in his hand. He pointed at Yi Jinghan and said, "I like your straightforward character, but you're really hateful." It's fine. Qiu Yu smiled calmly. This young master believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. Stop dreaming. Even if you're the only man left in this world, I still won't spare you a single glance, Yi Jinghan sneered coldly. Qiu Yu's expression changed slightly, but he still wore a carefree smile and stopped arguing with her. He looked at Ximing and asked, What did you do just now? Why did you infuriate Yi-er? Seeming seemed to be afraid of Chiu, and he wiped off his cold sweat and said, "It's nothing. It's just a routine matter." "Humph. Why aren't you apologizing to Yi-er?" Chiu snorted. When Seeming heard this, he immediately ran to Yi Jinghan and said in a low voice, "Young Miss Yi, please forgive Seeming for offending you." "Master, please don't blame me." Yi Jinghan cast a glance at him and waved her hand dismissively. "Elder Seeming has his duty, so let's forget about this matter." "Many thanks, young Miss Yi." Seeming felt as if he had just been pardoned. Chapter 2296. It's better to meet by chance than by chance. How about we enter the city together? At the beginning of the month, this young master got a pot of top-notch blood-black tea, and I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to taste it for me. Would you do me the honor of tasting it? Chiu turned around and looked at Yi Jinghan with a smile. Yi Jinghan replied coldly, "Those who walk different paths will not work together." After saying this, she called out to Du Xian and the others, "Brother, let's go!" Du Xian nodded lightly like a general who had just won a battle and smiled at Chiu. "Young Master Chiu, keep that black tea for yourself. Don't choke on it." "Hee. Thank you for your concern, Brother Du." Chiu didn't get angry and replied with a smile. After a short while, the 1,000 Leaves sect members entered the city. Chiu seemed to have lost interest and walked into the city with the 2 old men, disappearing into the crowd. What's Chiu's background? He seems quite amazing, Yang Kai asked curiously after entering the city. Yi Jinghan sighed and replied, "He's the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. Sky Illumination Palace has always been at odds with our 1,000 Leaves sect and has always wanted to push us aside, but they never had the chance. However, I heard that the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Chiu Zhe, is in seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. If he really succeeds..." Yi Jinghan's face became worried as she spoke. Du Xian said, "Sky Crane City and Sky Illumination Palace are in cahoots now. If Chiu Zhe really breaks through to the Emperor realm, the future of our 1,000 Leaves sect will be bleak." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Sky Crane City's new backer was probably Sky Illumination Palace. The wizard said, "It's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. That old man, Chiu Zhe, might become the demon race and die during his breakthrough." Everyone could hear this. This was his curse. However, since Chiu Zhe dared to break through to the Emperor realm, he must have a certain degree of confidence. If he really did break through, 1,000 Leaves sect would really be in trouble. Master has his own considerations. Let's just do our own thing. Du Xian quickly comforted his brothers when he saw that they weren't in high spirits. Sky Crane City, in front of a shop called Heavenly Puppet Building. The group from 1,000 Leaves sect stopped in their tracks. Yi Jinghan explained to Yang Kai, "This is the largest property of my 1,000 Leaves sect in Sky Crane City. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you can stay here for 2 days. After the ceremony tomorrow, I will accompany young Master Yang back to the sect." "Sure." Yang Kai looked at the magnificent and luxurious Heavenly Puppet Building and nodded slightly. It could be seen that the Celestial Puppet Building's business must have been booming in the past because it was able to build such a store in such a prime location. It was very likely that it was as busy as a marketplace, with merchants coming and going like carps crossing the river. Unfortunately, circumstances had changed with the passage of time. Presently, the Heavenly Puppet Building was completely deserted and empty. Only some goods placed on the shelves were covered in dust. A manservant dressed like a waiter was taking a nap behind the counter. He didn't know what good dream he was having, but he kept laughing foolishly, and saliva was dripping down from the corner of his mouth. "This business is quite shabby," Yang Kai sighed. Yi Jinghan said with a bitter smile, "If a store was blocked every day by some ferocious fellows who used the city, Lord's mansions named to pressure customers. I'm afraid that no one would come to buy anything." Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai discovered that not far from the heavenly puppet building, there were several ferocious-looking strong men who were sneering at the entrance of the heavenly puppet building. It seemed like they were ready to take action at any moment. But when he saw the 1,000-leaf sex insignia on the clothes of Yi Jinghan and the others, his expression changed. His expression changed slightly, and he averted his gaze. Yang Kai chuckled. "Your sex situation in Sky Crane City isn't very good." Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy. "The situation isn't good. Young Master Yang, please come inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Yi Jinghan into the store. Du Xian, the wizard Ma, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Along the way, they could see that Yi Jinghan seemed to value Yang Kai a lot, treating him like a guest of honor and treating him with respect. But no matter how they looked at him, Yang Kai was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they couldn't understand what kind of ability he had that made Yi Jinghan treat him with such respect. But now wasn't the time to ask such questions. After they entered the store, the wizard Ma strode forward and knocked on the counter a few times to wake up the sleeping waiter. The waiter was probably also a 1,000-leaf sect disciple, but his cultivation wasn't high and his status was quite low. When he saw Yi Jinghan and the others, he was scared out of his wits and his face turned pale. He lowered his head and apologized profusely. Yi Jinghan waved her hand impatiently and said, "Ask the shopkeeper to arrange a few rooms for us." "Yes, yes, yes, this little one will call the shopkeeper." "Eldest young lady, please wait for a moment." The waiter felt as if he had just been pardoned and ran to the back of the store. After a short while, an old man came out of the back of the store and bowed to Yi Jinghan and the others before leading them to the back of the store. The concubine ceremony was to be held tomorrow, so there wasn't much to do today. After Yi Jinghan helped Yang Kai settle down properly, she returned to her room and waited quietly for a moment before she heard a light knock on the door. She walked over and opened the door, only to see Du Xian standing at the doorway with a bright smile on his face. She blushed and bashfully welcomed him into the room, whispering sweet nothings to him. In the room, Yang Kai was sitting in meditation and resting. Coming to Sky Crane City with Yi Jinghan was just a coincidence, so he decided to take things as they came. But for some unknown reason, he felt uneasy today, as if something was about to happen, making him unable to calm down and meditate. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation when he was cultivating in the past. He didn't dare to be careless, so he used his divine sense to examine his body over and over again, fearing that he would develop a hidden danger or develop a heart demon due to his improper cultivation. But no matter how many times he examined himself, he couldn't find any problems. Instead, the uneasy feeling was becoming more and more intense. Yang Kai furrowed his brows in contemplation and discovered that this feeling had appeared ever since he entered Sky Crane City. It was as if there was something in Sky Crane City that was affecting him. This feeling was inexplicable, but Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. At his current cultivation level, unless there was some external interference, it was impossible to disturb his inner peace. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he just sighed helplessly and stood up. He wanted to greet Yi Jinghan and tell her that he was going out for a stroll to relieve his boredom. But when he released his divine sense, he discovered that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were whispering sweet nothings to each other in a room, and his face immediately darkened. The two of them weren't doing anything out of the ordinary, but Du Xian was holding Yi Jinghan's hand and looking at her affectionately while complaining about his longing for her. Yi Jinghan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her slender neck glowed with a pink luster. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense, as he was afraid that he would get a pinprick if he continued looking at them. Without informing anyone, Yang Kai's body flickered, and he left the heavenly puppet building. In the next instant, he appeared on a bustling street. Sky Crane City, could be regarded as a medium-sized city in the entire Southern Territory. So, whether it was its overall layout or its size, it wasn't something that Maplewood City could compare with. The streets were wide enough to accommodate 8 horses walking side by side, and there was an endless stream of martial artists who were jostling shoulder to shoulder. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people shouting could be heard everywhere. Perhaps it was because tomorrow was the day that the city lord would take in a concubine, so the whole Sky Crane City was in a festive mood. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. The faces of all the cultivators were filled with joy, but no one knew why they were so happy. Yong Kai followed the crowd, and after a short while he arrived in front of a restaurant. When he saw that it was full of guests, he turned around and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, a friendly waiter came up to him. This waiter was also a cultivator, but his cultivation wasn't high, only at the Saint Realm. With a smile on his face, the waiter bowed to Yong Kai and said, "Master, please come in." "Master, you don't look familiar. Are you here to meet friends or to drink alone?" Yong Kai glanced at him and said with a smile, "I'm alone." The waiter smiled knowingly and said, "This little one understands. Master, please take a seat." While speaking, he led Yong Kai to the 3rd floor and arranged a table by the window for him. He then said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to eat and drink?" This little one isn't bragging, but there are only a few restaurants in Sky Crane City that can compare to our restaurant. The ingredients used in our restaurant are all monster beast ingredients: spirit flowers, spirit fruits, and spirit flowers. Even for someone of master's cultivation, taking them all year round can improve your cultivation and consolidate your foundation. If you are lucky enough, you may even break through on the spot. This has happened a few times in our restaurant as well. "Oh." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "Then what do you think I should eat and drink with my cultivation?" The waiter chuckled meaningfully. "Sir is obviously a Tao Source realm master, so it's only natural for you to use the best ingredients and the best wine. If you have a beautiful woman to accompany you, that would be the best." The waiter had been serving customers all year round, so he seemed to have developed a pair of discerning eyes. Even though he was just a Saint Realm master, he could tell that Yong Kai was a Tao Source realm master. Moreover, he had a glib tongue and was pleasing to the eye. He was very likable. Yong Kai said with a smile, "Okay, you can arrange it for me." When the waiter heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Master, I will definitely satisfy you. If you aren't satisfied, Master, you can break this little one's bones and stew it into soup." Yong Kai nodded and said, "Okay, if you aren't satisfied, I will fulfill your wish." The waiter's face darkened, and he said, "Then this little one will do his best." Saying so, he immediately left and seemed to have gone to arrange it. While waiting, Yong Kai sat by the window and looked at the scenery below. He felt that it was quite interesting. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away, and the previous uneasy feeling seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 2297. Not only that, he suddenly felt his entire body lighten up, his entire being becoming refreshed and full of vigor, while the flow of source chi within his body became even more rapid. Sensing this, Yong Kai was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. This should be due to the breakthrough in his mental state. His face immediately lit up with joy. From the looks of it, choosing to come out for a stroll was a wise decision. If he had been meditating and cultivating in the heavenly puppet building, he might have ended up in a dead end and would not have had such an opportunity. Not long after, the waiter brought over some good delicacies and wine. Although the waiter seemed to be bragging, the food and wine in this restaurant were indeed pretty good. All of the ingredients were extraordinary and contained an enormous amount of energy. If one consumed them all year round, they could theoretically increase one's cultivation. However, such an increase would be very small and would not be as solid and pure as one's diligent cultivation. Therefore, a cultivator would generally not choose such a method to increase their cultivation. Not to mention the large amount of source crystals consumed every day, the growth obtained would be extremely limited. Therefore, it would be better for them to obediently meditate and cultivate. However, Yang Kai did not intend to argue with the waiter. After praising him and tipping him with some source crystals, he dismissed him and sat there alone, drinking by himself. The third floor of the restaurant was filled with guests, either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. There were only a few tables where a single person was sitting alone like Yang Kai. As these people drank excitedly, they naturally started to talk loudly, talking about the customs of various places, as well as the strange happenings. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was rather interesting. He did not know what was going on. Perhaps it was due to his natural disposition as a man. As this topic continued, it eventually reached the topic of city Lord Luo Jin's new concubine. Speaking of our city Lord Master, haha, don't be fooled by his age. He's already enjoyed all the blessings in the world. That's right. City Lord Master already has 14 concubines, including the one tomorrow. That's 15. I wonder if City Lord Master's energy can keep up. Ha 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 ha. A beauty guarding an empty chamber is an extremely cruel thing. If Master Luo is unable to disperse the rain and dew, the harem of the City Lord's mansion will probably be turned upside down. What? Judging from the meaning of your words, what do you have in mind? Haha, I wouldn't dare. I was just speaking casually. Hearing your tone, I thought that you wanted to help City Lord Master. Haha, if there's such a chance, it's not impossible to give it a try. You too drank too much, huh? Be careful that the walls have ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. Someone suddenly snorted coldly. He reminded himself. The expressions of the two people who were in the middle of a conversation changed when they heard this. He said embarrassedly, I did drink a little too much. What did I say before? I don't think so. I didn't say anything. For a moment, the topic was suddenly changed. But after a while, someone else said, Speaking of which, the City Lord's 14 wives all seem to be outstanding beauties, capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. As a person, they have to be like Lord Luo. Who let him be City Lord Master? But from what you said, it seems that you have seen those City Lord's wives. That's right. City Lord Master hid those wives in the City Lord's mansion. Even if they went out, they would wear black veils to hide their faces. How did you see them? That person smiled faintly and said, Haha, this one naturally doesn't have such good fortune. It's just that this one has a niece who works as a servant in the City Lord's mansion and serves the City Lord's wives. From what she said, all of the City Lord's wives are beauties that captivate all living things, especially that new City Lord's wife. She seems to be particularly outstanding and is quite liked by the City Lord. Oh, you even have information about the new City Lord's wife? Tell me, what does she look like? That's right, that's right. I'm also curious. That person smiled and said, It's fine to talk about it, but this table's wine money. I'll give it to you. Waiter, bring a few more pots of your best wine. Someone suddenly shouted. The man smiled and cupped his fist, saying, Friend is straightforward. Since that's the case, this one will casually talk about it. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and described the appearance of the new City Lord's wife. This man's eloquence was excellent. After a while, everyone seemed to be able to see a graceful, charming, and coquettish woman slowly walking towards them from the void. For a moment, they all showed expressions of fascination, and some of them even began drooling. Humph! At this moment, someone suddenly snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup in his hand onto the table, making a loud noise. Everyone's reverie was interrupted, and they all looked at the man angrily. Yang Kai was also listening attentively. When he noticed the noise, he quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a brawny man sitting alone at a table. He reeked of alcohol and had a ferocious look on his face. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this man was only a third-order origin king. Moreover, He seemed to have been injured not long ago. His aura was unstable, and his right eye had been blinded. There was no black pupil, only white. Coupled with his ferocious and rough appearance, it made people shudder. For some unknown reason, this one-eyed brawny man had a furious look on his face. The wine pot in his hand was crushed, and the fragrant wine slid down his fingers. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Hu Chai. The man who spoke earlier chuckled. After he finished speaking, he patted his mouth and said, No, it should be One-Eyed Tiger. Ha ha ha. He didn't hide his ridicule and mockery, causing everyone else to laugh along with him. It seemed that this man, surnamed Chai, wasn't likable at all. Brother Chai, I'm really curious. Who exactly blinded your eye? After he finished laughing, he asked another question. Chai, who snorted but didn't reply. He just sat there with a ferocious look on his face. Rolling his eyes, he glared at the man and said, Don't make irresponsible remarks here, or I'll tear your mouth apart. The man's face changed as he roared. What irresponsible remarks? What do you mean by that? Chai, who replied, That young lady isn't like what you're saying. Which young lady? The man frowned. However, he quickly reacted and narrowed his eyes. Chai, who, you're not talking about the new city lord's wife, right? Chai, who snorted coldly. Picking up the wine cup on the table, he drained it in a single gulp. The man didn't give up and continued. From the looks of it, you've seen the city lord's wife. Chai, whose hand came to a halt as a look of reminiscence appeared in his remaining eye. However, it disappeared in a flash as he replied in a cold voice, There's no need to ask. The man gawked for a moment, before suddenly clapping his hands with a smile. I know how you went blind. Pausing for a moment, he kept the man in suspense, before roaring with laughter. You must have peeked at the new city lord's wife coming out of the bath, and got blinded by her. As soon as he said that, the entire hall burst into laughter. Chai, who suddenly stood up and flipped the table. His figure blurred as he rushed towards the man like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. A machete suddenly appeared in his hand as he chopped towards the man. It was unknown if those words had touched Chai, whose reverse scale. At this moment, the murderous intent radiating from Chai, whose body was so dense that it seemed corporeal. Frightened, the man hurriedly circulated his secret art to defend himself. Both of them were third-order origin kings, so when they went all out, the power they created wasn't small. A shock wave swept out as St. Chi surged, sending all the tables on the third floor flying. Even the restaurant shook and nearly collapsed. Hearing the commotion, the restaurant's shopkeeper hurriedly rushed up, only to see the two fighting to the death. His face turned pale from fright as he begged the two to fight to the death outside the city. However, how could the two listen to him? Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Reaching out, he grabbed the wine cup on the table and downed it. Throwing some source crystals on the table, he left the restaurant in a flash, shuttling through the crowd. Fights between cultivators were extremely common. Every cultivator was a master who licked the blood from their blades. Today, either Chai Hu or the other man might die from this fight. However, this was also their fate. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to pay any attention to them. He originally wanted to return to the Heavenly Puppet Building, but when he passed by a medicine store, he suddenly paused and walked in leisurely. This medicine shop should be the property of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, as the shop's signboard had the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's logo. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase some herbs. Recently, he had consumed a lot of pills. Although he still had a lot of materials in his space ring, he still needed to supplement them with some other materials if he wanted to refine pills. As for these materials, he could only buy them. The scale of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's medicine shop in Sky Crane City was much larger than the Spirit Pill Plaza in Maplewood City. It also had a lot of goods. Under the accompaniment of a waiter, Yang Kai bought a lot of herbs that he thought would be useful, causing the waiter to be overjoyed. He secretly felt that he had met the god of wealth, so he became even more respectful and attentive to Yang Kai. After spending an hour, Yang Kai finally finished shopping. He asked the waiter to pack up all the goods and went to the counter to settle the bill. The shopkeeper seemed to know that he had met a financial backer, so he smiled amiably. Just as he was calculating the price, the light at the door dimmed and someone walked in. The shopkeeper raised his head and was immediately surprised. So it's young Lady Luo. This lowly one has been rude. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He secretly felt that the young Lady Luo mentioned by the shopkeeper might be the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, because they had the same surname, and the shopkeeper valued her so much she could only be a member of the city, Lord's Mansion. The shopkeeper was a member of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so it was impossible for him to treat a guest with no status so seriously. He looked back curiously and saw a young girl with an exquisite figure and strange clothes walking in from the outside with a smile. Hearing this, she waved her hand and said, "Shopkeeper, I'll leave you to your business. This young lady is just here to look around." "Young Lady Luo, please." The shopkeeper smiled. Chapter 2298. The young girl walked straight in, accompanied by a young man. The young man had rosy lips and white teeth, and he looked handsome and elegant. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and had a suave look on his face. It was Sky Illumination Palace's Chiou-Yu. When Yang Kai and Chiou-Yu looked at each other, Chiou-Yu was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Is it you?" Yang Kai covered his face with his hand and said, "It's not me. You've got the wrong person." Chiou-Yu was stunned, as he didn't know what Yang Kai was trying to do. The young girl also looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked Chiou-Yu, "Brother Yu, do you know this person?" Chiou-Yu chuckled. "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." "Oh." The young girl nodded her head and patted Yang Kai's shoulder in a carefree manner. "Hey you, Big Brother Yu is talking to you. How dare you ignore her?" Yang Kai moved his shoulder and pushed her hand away. He looked at her impatiently and said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Didn't your master teach you that? What are you trying to do by patting someone's shoulder on the street?" The young girl's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. "How dare you lecture me?" Chiou-Yu smiled and said, "Sister Bing, you don't need to lower yourself to his level. This person seems to be sneaking around like this. He was also sneaking into the city under the name of Thousand Leaves Sect. I don't know what his intentions are. Is he in cahoots with Thousand Leaves Sect?" Luo Bing's face darkened when she heard this. It seemed like she didn't have a good impression of Thousand Leaves Sect. "That's right." Chiou-Yu nodded. Luo Bing immediately said, "Then he must be up to no good, you rascal. Explain it to me clearly. What are you trying to do by sneaking into the city? Is there some kind of conspiracy?" She questioned him directly in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was speechless and stared at her. He thought that this little girl was spoiled and didn't know much about the world. Thinking so, Kai Yang sneered mischievously. Luo Bing said in disgust, "You look so disgusting when you laugh. Why aren't you telling me? What are you trying to do by entering the city?" Yang Kai laughed lewdly and said, "What else can I do?" He had heard that there were countless beauties in Sky Crane City. "Of course, I'm here to steal beauties, especially those little girls with fresh and tender skin. They're just to my liking." Oh. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pretended to be intoxicated. He continued, smell it, lick it, it's delicious. Take it, Luo Bing was startled. Her little face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She couldn't say a word, as if she was really frightened. Chiou-Yu furrowed his brows and moved in front of Luo Bing. He snorted coldly and said, "Friend, please be careful. One had to know that one could eat anything they wanted. You can't speak carelessly. Some words can lead to death." Yang Kai chuckled and shrugged. "It was you guys who insisted that I sneaked into the city with ulterior motives, so I played along." Luo Bing came back to her senses and jumped out from behind Qiuyu. She shouted, "How dare you scare me? Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said disdainfully, "I don't know. Just ignore me. It's annoying." "You actually told me to ignore him?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes widened, and her chest heaved up and down in anger. She was born as the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord. She had a respected status, a wealthy family, and an outstanding appearance. Ever since she had grown up, she had been surrounded by many men who pursued her. For example, Sky Illumination Palace's Qiuyu would accompany her every time he came to Sky Crane City. He would never leave her side, as if he was her guardian angel. Luo Jin was also willing to give her whatever she wanted. She had always lived in an environment where everyone held her in the palm of their hands. She had never been so disdained by a man. She felt wronged and stamped her feet. "You Vu, I'll teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he wasn't afraid of Sky Crane City, if he really had a conflict with Luo Bing, he might implicate the Thousand Leaves sect, which was something he didn't want to see. Luo Bing shouted and rushed up to Yang Kai. She raised her slender white neck and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he saw her turn her head and point at the goods on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, "He bought these things, right?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes." "Very good." Luo Bing gritted her teeth and said, "I want all of these things. Don't sell them to him." Yang Kai's face darkened. Qiuyu was also stunned. He thought to himself, "Is this how you want to teach him a lesson? Isn't this a little too outrageous?" The shopkeeper showed an awkward expression and said, "Young Lady Luo, these things were bought by this guest. The price has already been calculated." Luo Bing said, "He hasn't paid yet, right?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment and said, "He hasn't." "That's fine. I want all of them." Luo Bing snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. She seemed to be saying, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Yang Kai was completely speechless. He felt more and more that this little girl had been spoiled to the point that she didn't even know how to vent her anger. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, "Young Lady Luo, these goods were bought by this guest. If he insists on buying them, I will have to sell them to him. I'm afraid I can't satisfy your request." "What?" Luo Bing pulled a long face and stared at the shopkeeper. She said, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" The shopkeeper said calmly, "My shop has its own rules. Please forgive me, young Lady Luo." Although this shop wasn't big, it was still a business of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and represented the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. So, even though Luo Bing was the daughter of the city lord's master, the shopkeeper wasn't too afraid of her. He wouldn't offend other guests and ruin the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of her. As for offending the city lord's young lady, his superiors would take care of it. Moreover, if Luo Jin knew the reason, he wouldn't make things difficult for this shop. "You!" Luo Bing's face turned red with anger. Upon seeing this, Qiuyu said, "Sister Bing, forget it. It's just some herbs. If you don't sell them here, you can buy them elsewhere." "No, I must buy them today." Luo Bing puffed up her cheeks and gritted her teeth. She said, "Shopkeeper, tell me how much these things cost. I will pay double." The shopkeeper rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "My shop's rules can't be broken." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you'd be a fool if you didn't earn money. Since this young lady is willing to pay double for these things, just sell them to her." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately cast a grateful look at Yang Kai and bowed. "Thank you for your generosity." Luo Bing shouted, "Why are you talking as if he gave them to me? I snatched it from you." "Yes, yes, yes. You were the one who snatched it. This one admits defeat." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "That's more like it." Luo Bing's face turned slightly amiable, and she raised her head proudly. She knocked on the table and said, "Tell me, how many source crystals are they?" The shopkeeper looked at the abacus in front of him and said, If you buy them, it will cost 1864 300 source crystals. You can round it off and make it 18,660,000. So, young Lady Luo only needs to pay 37,200,000 source crystals. Gudong. Luo Bing couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said with difficulty, How much? The shopkeeper raised his head and reported the price again with an indifferent look on his face. This time, even Chiao Yu couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at Yang Kai in shock. He didn't expect that the things Yang Kai bought would cost so many source crystals. This amount of source crystals was enough to move most Dao source realm cultivators. Even Chiao Yu, the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, didn't have so many source crystals. Yang Kai's huge financial resources showed that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Luo Bing was also dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, Luo Bing said bitterly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The shopkeeper said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This old man has been in charge of this shop for 30 years and has never made a mistake." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What's wrong, young Lady Luo? You don't have enough money to buy them?" "Who said I don't have enough money?" When Luo Bing heard this, she jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on and said, "This little amount of source crystals is nothing in this young lady's eyes. My father, master, gave me more than this amount of pocket money. And, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and cupped his fists. "Young Lady Luo is so rich and generous. I really admire you." Luo Bing said in a low voice, "But I left in a hurry today and didn't bring them with me." Yang Kai smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Young Lady Luo, you don't want to buy them on credit, do you?" "Who said I wanted to buy them on credit?" Luo Bing's face turned red. She really did want to just now, but after being ridiculed by Yang Kai, she didn't have the face to do it. She could only stare at Chiao Yu and say, "Brother Yu?" Chiao Yu instinctively wiped his space ring, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Sister Bing, I only have 10 million. When Luo Bing heard this, she stamped her feet and said, "Why didn't you bring more source crystals with you when you left?" Chiao Yu was speechless. He thought that 10 million was already a lot, and it was all of his hard-earned savings. How could he have more? Moreover, even if he had more, he couldn't take it out at this time. He had spent twice the price to buy some herbs in a fit of pique, and he had spent his own source crystals. Luo Bing would never return them to him. As he thought of this, Chiao Yu glared at Yang Kai with hatred. He felt that this boy was secretly playing tricks to embarrass him. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it and laughed. "Young Lady Luo, it turns out that you didn't bring enough money. In that case, I will take these herbs." "Stop!" Luo Bing shouted and threw herself at the herbs. She used her body to protect them, as if she was protecting something very important. She shouted at Yang Kai, "Wait a moment. I will go back and ask my father, master, to give me enough source crystals." "Will the city Lord Master give you the source crystals?" Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as Luo Jin hadn't lost his mind, he wouldn't give Luo Bing such a large amount of source crystals just to spite her. He would probably send someone to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Chapter 2299. Chiao Yu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The city lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around, and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go," Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Chiao Yu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Chiao Yu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves sex people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city. Sigh. Chiu Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves sect. Chiu, you couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, Fine, but if the City Lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best. Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Chiu Yu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, Elders, I'll have to trouble you. It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Chiu Yu's arm and reminded him. Chiu Yu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, Two elders, what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source Realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. Why aren't you attacking? Chiu Yu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't. What's going on? Chiu Yu's face darkened. The old man said, I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed. Are you kidding? Chiu Yu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time there is something fishy. That's right. Please forgive us, young master, the other old man said. Chiu Yu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm? Chiu Yu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Chiu Yu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled, and he couldn't even stand properly. No. The old man who spoke first shook his head. That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him? Chiu Yu was shocked again. That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The other old man shook his head. Chiu Yu gulped and said, Are you too mistaken? The old man who spoke first said, Young master, don't you believe us? That's not it. Chiu quickly waved his hand. But there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too? The old man sneered. With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us. Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Chiu Yu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luo Bing and said, "Shut up!" Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Chiu Yu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Chiu Yu snorted coldly. "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chiu Yu bitterly. Then she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you! I hate you! Brother Yu is the worst! I hate you so much!" After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Chiu Yu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while. But if Miss Luo has an accident—" The old man said worriedly. Chiu Yu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the city lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the city lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Chiu Yu said with a grave expression. Chiu Yu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from. Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate." One of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amuck in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luo Bing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Chiu Yu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with the despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Chiu Yu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luo Bing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in the city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So, she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth, who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy, and he ate it with relish. Luo Bing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, "Is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town? Luo Bing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You too, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luo Bing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luo Bing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her, and they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us? Could it be that he was lost?" Ha 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 ha. Luo Bing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" "This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luo Bing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze, and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" "Oh." The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. "Ha ha ha." The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing. causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. "This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly. Otherwise you'll be dead." Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Chi in her body surged, and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Chi in her body was impure, and she wasn't familiar with the moves she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. "No, no," Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Ha ha ha, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the city, Lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way. The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, "What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Luo Bing." When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city, Lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over." The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile, but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city Lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city Lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this, even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, "Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city Lord's mansion obediently." The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, "My brother and I were blind and offended Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us." The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly. "Send me back to the city, Lord's mansion, and I'll spare your lives." "Really?" The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now." She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, "I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivator's expressions suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. "Big brother." The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, "Is this little girl, is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this." The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, "I think so too. I pity the city, Lord's master, for having such a daughter. What should we do now?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, "What else can we do? We might as well go all the way." As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only thing we can do." Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, "What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you. It's too late." The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, "You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets, even if I die. Get lost. Don't." Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Qiuyu who obeyed her every word. Instead, it was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. Saint Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in midair his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream. But before he could react, His brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him, especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black. It was even more chilling. "You, who are you?" The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings, but the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, the thin cultivator was no match for him. "I'm the one who will send you on your way." The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his Saint Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death!" Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible. The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Tao Source Realm Master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Tao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Tao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. Why ask a dying man? The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, Are they dead?" The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand, retching again. The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, "Thank you, thank you." She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Chiu Yu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. "You, what's your name?" Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine, and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. "Chai Hu." The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. "So, it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me?" After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately except for Chiu Yu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. "What's wrong with me?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. "I know who you are." Chai Hu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. "That's true. I don't come out often. But since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me." Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, "Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home?" She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chai Hu nodded and said, "Sure." Luo Bing was delighted and said, "Thank you. However, it's not today." Chai Hu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chai Hu in a daze and said, "Brother Chai, what do you mean?" Chai Hu said, "I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me." Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently." Chai Hu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. "No," Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chai Hu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chai Hu's arm and shouted, bad guy, you're all bad guys." Chai Hu didn't move and just said coldly, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chai Hu's hand. She bit him hard and soon. Blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chai, who was a third-order Origin King cultivator, if he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chai Hu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength, and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chai Hu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly puppet building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jinghan anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. "Young Master Yang, where did you go?" Yang Kai replied, "I just took a walk around." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye?" Yi Jinghan waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around, but no one replied. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. And I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you." Ha ha ha. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she spat, "Hateful." She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the city lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's city, Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the city lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the city lord's mansion servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the city lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The city lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the 1,000 Leaves sects group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yan and Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Stars territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So he simply followed the 1,000 Leaves sex group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the city lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the 1,000 Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the 1,000 Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Tao source realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the 1,000 Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor realm, they had quite a few Tao source realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." "Wizard Ma, let go." Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. "Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come." Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. "Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this?" Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other 1,000 Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this?" Du Xian glanced at him and said, "So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart?" The wizard Ma muttered, "I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose." Yi Jinghan said, "This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here." Du Xian snorted coldly. "Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future." The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, "Someone has been watching you ever since you came in." "Who is it?" Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me." Du Xian chuckled. "If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm?" Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, "You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others." Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted. "That bastard actually sent someone over." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. "What's this brat trying to do?" Yi Jinghan snorted. "Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer." As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists. "Sorry for disturbing you." Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, "Senior Li, you're too polite." He paused for a moment before asking, "May I know why Senior Li has come here?" The old man, surnamed Li, replied calmly, "I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over." Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, "Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time." The old man, surnamed Li, looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, "Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red, and she asked awkwardly, "Invite him over for what?" Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan. But who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man, surnamed Li, said, "My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over." Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand-Leaf Sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand-Leaf Sect's disciples felt uneasy. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot, and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched, and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good, and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves Sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background, and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Yang Kai asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man, surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time, and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Tao Source Realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning. "So it's you." What are you doing here instead of following Chiuyu? Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. I'm not going. Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Chiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age. This old man will say it again. Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him. I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy? As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old man Li's face sank as he said, Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the city Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the city Lord's Master and have him throw you out? His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on old man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog? Pooh! Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. You! Old man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, Stop with the Yuan. If Chiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from. Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. Brett, you're good. This old man will remember you. Old man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Tao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, Brother Yang, I like you so much. Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, I'm only interested in women. Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying. Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Chiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Chiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Chiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chiu, this is the place where the city lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the city lord's master, are you?" Chiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." Just a few words? Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Chiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all. So what kind of grudge could there be between them? Chiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Chiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused. Your lips are cracked. Your tongue is burnt. Your soul is scattered. And your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Chiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death qi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Chiu Yu sneered. "Today is the city lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune? It's up to you to believe it or not." Yang Kai curled his lips. Chiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it?" "Quickly pack up your things and get out of here," Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Chiu Yu disdainfully. "Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter?" Chiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question." "What is it?" Chiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Chiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, "You didn't go back? Brother Chiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice?" Chiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Chiu Yu. "That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this?" Chiu Yu nodded and said, "I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her." Yang Kai said with a smile, "The city lord's master doesn't know about this, does he?" Chiu Yu said, "If the city lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The city lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Chiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Chiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Chiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Chiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Chiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Chiu Yu's expression changed, and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Chiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Chiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Chiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats? Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Chiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, Do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, What code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity?